Warrior Lore. Chapter 2259. Li Lingfeng had made it through. Although he had died 9 times, there was still a chance of survival. The tribulation of a saint was terrifying, but the heavenly laws were insufficient, so there was still a chance of survival. Anyone who could successfully overcome the tribulation would grasp that chance of survival at the most dangerous juncture and obtain a new lease of life. Li Lingfeng was no exception. However, he had become extremely weak the moment he had overcome the tribulation, because he had almost completely exhausted his body's energy. This was why protectors were needed, especially during a saint's tribulation. If someone were to kill him after overcoming the tribulation, it would truly be an unjust death. This was not the first time something like this had happened. The old man had taken Li Lingfeng away the moment he had finished his tribulation. Many people wanted to chase after him, but the old man's cultivation was simply too high. Not even the Empyrean saints could keep up with him. Swish! 2 figures constantly flickered in and out of the dusky world. Each time they did so, they would travel tens of thousands of kilometers. They were so fast that they were even faster than spatial transference. Traveling tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant was very easy for a saint, but traveling hundreds of thousands of kilometers in a single step was rather terrifying. This was also why the Empyrean saints had been unable to catch up to the old man. The old man carried the heavily injured Li Lingfeng along as he ran. He soon shook off everyone else and entered a primitive region in the depths of the chaos world. There were many rocky mountains here, and chaotic energy lingered in the air. The sky was dark, and there were no signs of humans. Not even the powerful chaotic species appeared here. This was the most primitive region in the chaos world, and there was no spiritual land where spiritual energy gathered. No one would come to such a place to cultivate. The old man brought Li Lingfeng to a mountain that towered into the clouds and stopped. I didn't think someone would be able to keep up, the old man muttered to himself. He put Li Lingfeng on the ground, then slowly turned around and gazed at a place where chaotic energy had gathered in the distance. What? Li Lingfeng could not help but be shocked. He knew very well how powerful his master was. He was a powerful existence that could kill saints. Back when the old man had been traveling the ancestral planet, he had encountered Li Lingfeng, who was heavily injured and being chased. He had saved him when he saw that Li Lingfeng cultivated the 8 trigrams. No need to be nervous. Take care of yourself. The old man tossed a jade bottle to Li Lingfeng. Li Lingfeng took the jade bottle and said, "Thank you, master." He knew that this jade bottle must contain the divine pills refined from the divine herbs his master had collected from all the ancestral lands of life over the past dozen years. This kind of divine pill was very extraordinary. It was said that it was refined using an ancient recipe and had the miraculous effect of seizing the fortune of heaven and earth. The old man didn't say anything else to Li Lingfeng. Instead, he stared at the seemingly inconspicuous mass of chaotic aura in the distant sky. Patterns of divination were vaguely appearing in his eyes. It has been a long time since I drank sacred blood. That feeling is truly nostalgic. After saying that, the old man's eyes shone with a crazed light. His eyes started to turn red and a berserk aura spread out from the old man's body. At this moment, Li Lingfeng had already pulled out the stopper of the jade bottle, and a fragrant aroma immediately wafted out from the jade bottle. As soon as Li Lingfeng smelled the fragrance, his spirit was immediately roused. The feeble spiritual qi in his body gradually began to circulate, and the surrounding spiritual qi also began to converge towards his body. At this moment, the spiritual qi in Li Lingfeng's body had almost dried up. He needed a large amount of spiritual qi to replenish the spiritual qi in his body. Li Lingfeng didn't think too much about it. He quickly poured out the divine pills in the jade bottle. There were 3 golden pills, each of which was the size of an adult's thumb. There were natural patterns imprinted on the pills, and there was a layer of blurry golden light flowing on them. They looked like golden divine essences, and they contained a huge amount of spiritual qi. The legendary divine medicines had naturally formed Tao patterns. Above this kind of divine elixir, there were also naturally formed Tao patterns. This really shocked Li Lingfeng. These 3 divine pills were incredible. Without hesitation, he tossed the 3 golden divine pills in his hand into his mouth and swallowed them. As soon as the divine pills entered his mouth, they immediately turned into 3 streams of golden divine liquid, which flowed into Li Lingfeng's abdomen. The golden divine liquid turned into a huge amount of spiritual qi, which spread through the meridians in Li Lingfeng's body. Just as Li Lingfeng swallowed the divine pills, the old man became impatient. Patterns of divination appeared in his eyes, and the power of the great path condensed. Swoosh! 2 trigram patterns rushed out of the old man's eyes, sealing the chaotic aura in the sky. The powerful power of the trigram patterns shook the heavens and the earth. Bang! Just as the old man made his move, the chaotic aura exploded. A huge chaotic hand slapped out from the chaotic aura, meeting the 2 trigram patterns that were sealing. Boom! The huge chaotic hand collided with the 2 trigram patterns. A powerful force erupted, and the 2 trigram patterns emitted the most dazzling divine light before exploding in the sky. The power of the trigram patterns dissipated. The huge chaotic hand also dissipated in the sky under the impact of the trigram patterns. A figure appeared in the sky. There was no powerful aura coming from this person, nor was there any powerful aura. However, that person just stood there in the sky, causing the old man to feel an incomparably powerful pressure. A kid who's still wet behind the ears. When the old man saw that person, his eyes couldn't help but narrow. He didn't expect this person to be so young. Even those ancient saints couldn't catch up to him, yet this kid managed to catch up to him. With the old man's cultivation, he could tell if someone was an old antique with a single glance. The unique aura of an old antique wasn't something that anyone could imitate. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Only someone with 8 steps of extreme speed would be able to catch up to this old man. At this moment, Li Lingfeng no longer had any distractions in his heart. He revolved his mystic art and refined the medicinal energy with all his might. During this period of time, he didn't pay attention to anything that was happening in the outside world. If only he had taken a glance at Gu Fei, this battle wouldn't have happened. Kid, you're not bad. The old man's eyes flickered. He could sense Gu Fei's strength. This was one of the strongest opponents he had ever met in the primal chaos world. Old man, you're not bad yourself. To think that you could actually sense my presence. Gu Fei looked at the old man and said calmly. He was also extremely shocked. One had to know that no one had ever been able to discover him when he used the anti-void secret technique. It'd be a pity to kill you. The old man shook his head. Hee, that'll depend on whether you can kill me or not. Gu Fei smiled. This was a very strong opponent. He didn't explain his relationship with Li Lingfeng. It should be known that even in the primal chaos world, it was very difficult to meet such an opponent. Hee, you're really interesting, kid. Come here and let your grandpa hit you a few times. Let's see if I can kill you. The old man chuckled. Old man, it's better if you come here and let me hit you a few times. Let's see if your old bones will fall apart. Gu Fei said, I seem to have taken a liking to you. If you can become my disciple, I'll reluctantly spare your life. The old man suddenly said after thinking for a moment, I'm my own master. There's no need for me to take you as my master. Gu Fei said, Good boy, could it be that you've become a saint on your own? The old man's eyes suddenly lit up. If this was really the case, then this kid's talent was absolutely heaven-defying. More or less, Gu Fei didn't hide anything. Hee, very good. Then I want to see how strong you are. The old man said and attacked. He didn't hesitate at all. With a wave of his hands, 8 trigrams emerged, forming a Xiantian 8 trigrams Dao diagram, suppressing Gu Fei. As soon as the Xiantian 8 trigrams Dao diagram appeared, the world changed color. The surrounding spiritual qi was immediately attracted by the 8 trigrams Dao diagram, crazily gathering towards it. Buzz. The void trembled. The 8 trigrams Dao diagram emitted a mighty power of the great Dao, freezing the void. This is useless against me, Gu Fei said. His chaotic martial body was incomparably powerful. He directly ignored the suppressing power from the 8 trigrams Dao diagram and directly punched towards it. Pung! The void violently shook. Gu Fei's fist fiercely slammed into the 8 trigrams Dao diagram, causing it to fly backwards, almost dissipating in the void. What? The old man couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. The strength of this punch was actually strong enough to send his 8 trigrams Tao diagram flying. It was truly unimaginable. Could you be a descendant of that lineage? The old man seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but be moved. Rumble, rumble, rumble. At this time, Gu Fei's right hand stretched out and slapped towards the old man. A chaotic Tao pattern rushed out from his hand, transforming into a giant chaotic hand that instantly enveloped the world and pressed down towards the old man. Martial Path Battle Technique, Heaven Covering Hand. Are you really a descendant of that lineage? The old man exclaimed. He immediately retreated. With a single step, his entire body was pushed back several miles. Then, with a wave of his hand, the 8 trigrams Tao diagram that was sent flying by Gu Fei immediately flew back. Suppress. The old man shouted. He didn't dare to be negligent. He had already put away the contempt in his heart and attacked with all his strength. The 8 trigrams Tao diagram in his hand bloomed with a dazzling divine light. Every trigram rune seemed to be burning, releasing a peerless and powerful divine might. On the 8 trigrams Tao diagram, there seemed to be 8 worlds evolving. Every trigram rune gushed out a monstrous divine might that sealed the world. Chapter 2260. Wang. The void trembled. The 8 trigram patterns formed the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram, exuding boundless power of the great Tao. The 8 powers intertwined, forming a terrifying saint power that could shatter the heavens and earth. The Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram displayed incredible power. It actually managed to block Gu Fei's Chaos Heaven Covering Hand. The 2 supreme powers clashed and canceled each other out. Rumble. The heaven and earth trembled. Stone mountains exploded one after another. Terrifying power spread out, obliterating everything. Even the heaven and earth were annihilated. Only the stone mountain that Li Lingfeng was on was unaffected. The stone mountain was behind the 8 trigrams old man. The old man was protecting the stone mountain. Otherwise, Li Lingfeng would be in danger. Li Lingfeng was trying his best to refine the enormous energy essence transformed from the power of the divine pellet inside his body. His withered body was once again filled with energy, and 8 patterns of divination emerged between his eyebrows vaguely. Sounds of wind and thunder came from his body. His flesh and blood were trembling. On his flesh and blood, the 8 trigram patterns also shone with divine light. The power of divinity was tempering his divine body. The Kunlun Fuxi lineage's inheritance was the divine Tao. Li Lingfeng had cultivated the 8 trigrams divine body. His divine body and the 8 trigram patterns were fused together. Using the trigram patterns to brand one's body, this cultivation method was somewhat similar to the martial body cultivation method. But of course, the divine Tao and the martial Tao were 2 fundamentally different cultivation systems. Li Lingfeng's divine body was incomparably strong. Even the body of a saint-level god beast couldn't be much stronger than his. The divine pill's spiritual energy was rapidly refined by Li Lingfeng. It turned into divine energy that dispersed into his limbs and bones. He could feel that his strength was soaring. A powerful saint-level aura appeared. The current Li Lingfeng was like an ancient beast that had awoken from its slumber. And at this time, the 8 trigrams old man and Gu Fei began fighting. Boom! Gu Fei directly executed the 8 desolate steps and punched at the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram in front of him. The powerful chaos fist force tore through the void, shattering the heaven and earth, causing the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram to tremble. A single person's strength can actually reach such a level. The 8 trigrams old man was shocked to the extreme. The combat strength displayed by Gu Fei was far too astonishing. With just a pair of fists, he was able to shake the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram. One must know that the Xiantian 8 trigrams Tao diagram was extraordinary. It was a great technique personally created by the Kunlun Fuxi, and it possessed unfathomable divine might. Back then, Fuxi had used the 8 trigram patterns to defeat everyone in the world, sweeping through the experts of an era and forcing countless people to lower their heads. Kill! Gu Fei roared and punched out. It was as though he had an inexhaustible amount of energy. He was extremely domineering. Primal Chaos Tao patterns were faintly visible on his fist. The people of the martial progenitor's bloodline are all lunatics. The old man's expression was extremely solemn. Although his opponent seemed to be casually waving his fists, the old man could tell that his opponent's actions were not normal. This little fellow had already cultivated his martial path to an unbelievable realm. Every single move he made was filled with immense might that was in harmony with the laws of heaven and earth. The trigram patterns on the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram flickered as the power of the great Tao surged forth. Although it managed to block Gu Fei's fist, it gradually dimmed. Brat, you are the first person in this primal chaos world to force me to the point where I have no choice but to use my full strength. The 8 trigrams old man coldly spoke. After that, 8 trigram patterns appeared on his body and rushed out in all directions, directly imprinting themselves in the void. Seeing this, Gu Fei merely snorted coldly. He didn't do anything to stop it. The 8 trigrams old man wanted to seal the void and trap him. However, it was still a bit too much for such power to seal him. You are very confident. The 8 trigrams old man couldn't help but be startled when he saw Gu Fei's calm expression. Could it be that this person wasn't afraid of being sealed by him? Or could it be that this person's strength was so great that he could shatter the 8 trigrams Tao diagram? At this time, there wasn't much time for the 8 trigrams old man to ponder. Break for me, Gu Fei roared. His arms radiated a peerlessly powerful primal chaos energy. He attacked with all his strength, wanting to completely shatter the 8 trigrams Tao diagram. He was a martial artist and had also cultivated the primal chaos martial body. The strength of his arms could absolutely shatter the primordial divine mountain. Bang! With a loud explosion, Gu Fei was like an invincible war god from ancient times. His arms ruthlessly smashed against the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram, causing a powerful primal chaos energy to erupt. Gotcha! A crack actually appeared on the post-celestial 8 trigrams Tao diagram. Gu Fei's strike directly sent the 8 trigrams old man flying 100 miles away, causing his arms to tremble. Void Sky Seed God. The 8 trigrams old man shouted out loud, displaying his supreme innate technique. 8 trigram patterns rushed out from his body, transforming into 8 miniature worlds. In each of the 8 mini-worlds, there was a figure of a god sitting in a cross-legged position. Wang. The 8 miniature worlds revolved around the 8 trigrams old man's body. From these 8 miniature worlds, an unstoppable strength surged out, directly sealing off the surrounding space. In that instant, Gu Fei felt as if an ancient divine mountain was pressing down on his body, making it hard for him to breathe. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This 8 trigrams old man still had a trick up his sleeve. The peerlessly powerful fluctuations coming from the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man's body absolutely surpassed the saint realm. The 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man used all of his strength, no longer holding anything back. A formidable pressure swept out in all directions, causing the entire primitive region to shake. What's going on? Some ancient sages immediately sensed the Saint Tao aura coming from the primitive region. I didn't think that someone would actually fight there. Some people muttered. The ancient sages who sensed this fluctuation and aura immediately rushed towards the primitive region where Gu Fei and the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man were. Some ancient sages could see many things from this sort of battle between saints. The commotion caused by a battle between saints was too great. Those ancient sages would be the first to know. At this time, Gu Fei and the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man gradually became serious. Gu Fei continuously used great techniques, forcing the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man to constantly retreat. More and more cracks appeared on it. The powerful divine body was actually unable to contend with the primal chaos martial body. This caused the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man to feel incomparably depressed. But when he thought of the legendary martial ancestor, he felt relieved. It had to be known that this boy was a descendant of the martial ancestor's bloodline. In the distant past, the martial ancestor was a true peerless god of death. In the past, the martial ancestor was just a single person, yet he dared to challenge the entire demons. This sort of boldness wasn't something that just anyone could possess. Martial artists all had an invincible aura around them. Gu Fei also had this sort of temperament. His primal chaos fist exuded a domineering aura of invincibility. Boom! Gu Fei ruthlessly punched out once more. This time, with a loud explosion, the 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man had formed with 8 trigram patterns was finally destroyed by Gu Fei's punch. Wah! The 8 trigrams Tao diagram old man spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His entire body slumped down, and the divine light in his eyes was no longer as bright as before. He had suffered a great blow. You actually managed to injure me. The old man found it hard to believe, but he had no choice but to accept this reality. What's so difficult about it? Gu Fei said. He hadn't even used the secret art of ascension. If he did, the old man's defeat would be even faster and even more miserable. You! The old man's face flushed red, and he almost spat out another mouthful of blood. It's you. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out behind the old man. A figure stood on top of the stone mountain. This person was Li Lingfeng. In fact, he hadn't completely refined the spiritual power of the divine pill. He had only refined a small portion and hid the rest of the spiritual power. Li Lingfeng, when Gu Fei saw the figure behind the old man, his voice trembled. The two of you know each other, the old man said. He had stabilized the injuries on his body in just a few breaths. Although he had spat out blood due to his injuries, these injuries were nothing to a powerful sage-level living being. Junior brother Gu, it's really you? Li Lingfeng's voice trembled. He was extremely excited, and the divine power circulating in his body almost went out of control. His face turned pale, and he almost went berserk. If it's not me, who else could it be? Gu Fei answered. The two of you are fellow disciples. The old man's eyes were wide open. This was ridiculous. He had fought for nothing just now. He was very displeased. Senior brother Li, I have many things to ask you, Gu Fei said. He was a little afraid to ask about these things, afraid that he would receive bad news. However, he was also very eager to know what had happened back then. This kind of contradictory mentality made him feel like he was going to go crazy. Sigh, junior brother Gu, I know what you want to ask, Li Lingfeng said with a sigh. Seeing Li Lingfeng sigh, Gu Fei's heart couldn't help but beat faster. Very well, let's find a place to talk slowly. At this time, Gu Fei had already sensed the aura of more than one saint-level cultivator. Those ancient sages had already found their way here. This was not a good place to talk. Come with me, Li Lingfeng said as he shot up into the sky, flying into the distance. Gu Fei hurriedly chased after him. You two brats! Seeing that Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng seemed to be treating him as if he were invisible, the gossip old man was extremely displeased. It was Gu Fei again, which made him even more angry. It was not that the gossip old man was not strong, but that Gu Fei was even stronger. Moreover, the gossip old man had directly fought with Gu Fei, so of course, he had no chance of defeating Gu Fei. The gossip old man also chased after them angrily. This old man had traveled on the ancestral planet of the Soaring Dragon clan, so he naturally knew a lot about the Taishan sect. This sect had completely disappeared. However, Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei, and the others still existed, so the Taishan sect could not be considered to have been destroyed, and there was a chance for it to reopen. Chapter 2261. When Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng met, he had many things to ask. The thing he was most concerned about was how many of his fellow disciples in the Dragon Valley had survived the catastrophe. Unfortunately, the battle had come too suddenly. Li Lingfeng only knew that only 2 or 3 people had managed to break out of the encirclement, and the others had not been able to escape. It was not easy for Li Lingfeng to survive. Even with his cultivation, he was still seriously injured and chased for thousands of miles. If he had not met his current master, the 8 trigrams old man, he would probably have died long ago. The other 2 or 3 fellow disciples who had broken out were also chased and fled into the depths of the mountains. No one knew how many people had truly survived at that time. Li Lingfeng saw with his own eyes his uncle Master Dan Chunzi die at the hands of a young man from the Dongfang family, who seemed to be much stronger than Dongfang Chan back then. The medicine Taoist also died in battle in order to buy time for everyone to open the transportation matrix. After the Taishan sect had experienced the demonic chaos of the eastern region, almost all the masters of the sect had fallen, and then the Dongfang family and the Zhao family of the ancients attacked them. After a great battle, almost all the disciples of the Taishan sect who had survived the demonic chaos had died in battle. It could be said that after the Battle of the Dragon Valley, the Taishan sect could be considered to have been destroyed. At the peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain, listening to Li Lingfeng talk about the past, Gu Fei clenched his fists. The Dongfang family had really gone too far. If he did not destroy this family, how could he face his fellow disciples who had died? From Li Lingfeng, Gu Fei knew that Zhao Ziru and Ziyu had escaped, but he did not know whether the people of the Dongfang family had caught up with them or not. Among those who had escaped was Li Hao, the descendant of Shaoyang Peak, one of the 9 peaks of Taishan. After Li Lingfeng was separated from his fellow disciples, he had never seen them again. It was as if they had disappeared from this world. Not long after Li Lingfeng was saved by the 8 trigrams old man, he had begged the old man to help him find his lost fellow disciples, but even the 8 trigrams old man could not find anything. No one knew where Zhao Ziru and the others were. It seems that only the people of the Dongfang family might know where my fellow disciples are, Li Lingfeng said. It should be known that the people of the Dongfang family would not let them go so easily. They would certainly send experts to hunt them down. Humph, I can't wait anymore, Gu Fei said. His words were incomparably cold, and a chilling, murderous aura emanated from his body. When Li Lingfeng sensed this murderous aura, he couldn't help but shiver. He knew that this junior brother of his was a ruthless person who had made a name for himself with his fists. The number of experts who had died in his hands was definitely not small. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to have such a powerful, murderous aura. Senior brother, have you ever thought about rebuilding the Supreme Mystery Sect? Gu Fei suddenly looked at Li Lingfeng and said, Rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect. When Li Lingfeng heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. He was the eldest disciple of the Taishan sect. Of course, he wanted to rebuild the Taishan sect, but it was difficult to do so alone. After all, his ability was limited. But now it was different. Gu Fei had also become a saint, which meant that the Taishan sect had 2 saints. If there were 2 saints in a large sect, no one would dare to provoke them. Then, it would not be impossible for them to recruit disciples and rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect. Don't you want to? Gu Fei said. At this time, he had already calmed down. Yes, of course, Li Lingfeng said hurriedly. Now that there was a chance to rebuild the Taishan sect, how could he not want to? That's very good. I will definitely support senior brother with all my strength. But before that, we have to go to the Dongfang family first. Gu Fei said calmly. Of course. Li Lingfeng nodded and said. If the Dongfang family was not eliminated, it would be impossible to rebuild the Taishan sect in the eastern domain. After that, Gu Fei and Li Lingfeng chatted for a while, and then left Sacred Ancestor Mountain. He had to go back. He had been out for a long time. This Sacred Ancestor Mountain was extraordinary, as if it had a life of its own. This made Gu Fei feel a little uneasy. There was no trace of the gossip old man, and he did not know where he was hiding. He left behind a jade slip. As long as Li Lingfeng crushed the jade slip, no matter where he was, he would be able to sense it. At the peak of Sacred Ancestor Mountain, only Li Lingfeng was left. The mountain wind blew, and his long hair fluttered behind his head. His whole body was surrounded by an extraordinary divinity, as if he could soar into the sky at any time and roam the 9 heavens. That little guy is gone. Just after Gu Fei left, a voice suddenly came from behind Li Lingfeng. Greetings, master. Li Lingfeng hurriedly turned around and bowed to the person who had suddenly appeared behind him. Between you and me, there is no need to be so formal. The old man patted Li Lingfeng on the shoulder and said, Yes, master, Li Lingfeng said. You, the old man shook his head. Since you have become a saint, then there is no need for us to stay in this damn place anymore. Get ready. It is time for us to go back. After saying that, the old man also left. Rebuild the Supreme Mystery Sect? Li Lingfeng was talking to himself, and his eyes became deep. Rumble. A terrifying and peerless pressure came down from the sky, sealing heaven and earth in all directions. What made Gu Fei's expression change was that the power coming from the depths of the sky was actually aimed at a person on the sacred mountain. He Tian is finally going to become a saint. Gu Fei stopped in the distance, and when he saw this scene, he was pleasantly surprised. As long as He Tian could successfully break through, then their side would have 3 saints. Even among those super forces, it would be difficult to find 3 saints. With the arrival of the Great Tribulation, only those with great power could live longer than others. Gu Fei was very clear about this principle, so he thought of ways to help everyone improve their cultivation and combat power. He Tian was a grandmaster of formations. At this time, countless formation patterns were faintly visible where he was, and killing formations emitted shocking killing intent. The Saint Heavenly Tribulation was very terrifying. Gu Zhong and the others had already left the sacred mountain and retreated far away. Only He Tian was on the sacred mountain. Soon, Gu Fei sensed the aura of Gu Zhong and Shaoqing. The next moment, he took a step forward and appeared in front of Gu Zhong and the others in an instant. Master. When Gu Zhong saw Gu Fei, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Big brother. Shaoqing walked up to him. At this time, Gu Fei's celestial body was guarding at the side. It was also because of the existence of Gu Fei's celestial body that those people didn't dare to attack Gu Zhong and Shaoqing. You have to watch carefully. The Saint Heavenly Tribulation is not something that can be seen at any time, Gu Fei said to everyone. Chapter 2262. He Tian's Heavenly Tribulation was incomparably terrifying. At the beginning of the tribulation, a sea of lightning descended from the sky and enveloped the entire sacred mountain. The power of destruction filled every inch of the void. Everyone watched this scene with incomparable nervousness. Previously, when the news of someone successfully passing the tribulation spread out, those peak quasi-sages who were still watching were tempted. It should be known that no one could resist the temptation of becoming a sage. Roar! In the sea of lightning, He Tian roared again and again. Under the first wave of the Heavenly Tribulation's attack, the killing formations he had set up beforehand were broken one after another. Countless formation runes dissipated in the dazzling lightning. The power of destruction was wreaking havoc. He Tian had set up the formations and activated the power of the sacred mountain. Each of the killing formations was blooming with the strongest power. Such a lightning tribulation could not hurt He Tian. After 6 hours, the lightning that enveloped the heaven and earth began to dissipate. After the lightning tribulation came the fire tribulation. The divine fire that descended from the depths of the sky burned half the sky red. Under the divine fire, the void was constantly destroyed. As for He Tian, he sat cross-legged on the peak of the sacred mountain. Black and white yin-yang qi emerged from his body, and a yin-yang diagram appeared above his head. Buzz. The yin-yang diagram rumbled. The 2 taiji eyes turned into 2 bottomless pits, producing a heaven-devouring power that swallowed the divine fire coming from all directions into the yin-yang diagram. This, in the distant sky, everyone who saw this scene was shocked to the extreme. This was another heaven-defying existence who was actually refining the power of the heavenly tribulation. At this time, the yin-yang diagram above He Tian's head was a bridge between the heavenly tribulation and the killing formations, continuously guiding the power of the heavenly tribulation to the killing formations. The killing formation that Erebus had set up became even more powerful and frightening after being infused with this energy. He had prepared everything for the heavenly tribulation. Among the great formations he had set up, there were even incomplete supreme formations. Even if a sage were to barge into these killing formations, he would have a headache. He Tian's method of crossing the heavenly tribulation was truly out of the ordinary. Only he could think of such a method. For He Tian, this was the safest way to pass the heavenly tribulation. After the fire tribulation was the wind tribulation. The 9 heavens astral wind blew down from the sky, which could destroy a peak sage to be. As for He Tian, he remained as motionless as a mountain. He revolved the yin-yang mysterious art with all his strength. The yin-yang Dao diagram constantly shook. He could feel a tremendous pressure bearing down on him, not relaxing at all. wind, fire, thunder, lightning, rain, snow, frost. The 7 celestial phenomena transformed into terrifying heavenly tribulations that descended one after another. Haitian struggled to hold on, but the ground around him was filled with killing formations. However, these killing arrays that could easily kill great perfection quasi-sages exploded continuously in the face of the heavenly tribulation, releasing their strongest power. In the end, Haitian managed to hold on. The power of the heavenly tribulation was too strong. Haitian's yin-yang Dao diagram exploded dozens of times, and his body was destroyed dozens of times. If he didn't cultivate the secret art of emergence that Gu Fei taught him, he would have died under the heavenly tribulation. The secret art of emergence possessed unfathomable power. Even if Haitian was destroyed by the heavenly tribulation, he could still reconstruct his spirit and body under the power of the secret art of emergence. This secret art was known as the secret art of immortality. It was the ultimate secret art created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. In ancient times, the 9 secret arts created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor had once caused chaos in the Great Wilderness. In order to obtain these 9 secret arts, various experts fought against each other. In the end, the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao were scattered everywhere, becoming incomplete. After that turmoil, no one could gather the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Bang! At the moment when Haitian succeeded in transcending the heavenly tribulation, a huge black hand slapped towards Haitian from the distant sky, enveloping the entire mountain. So strong! Someone cried out. The black hand exuded the aura of the divine path. The one who attacked was a saint. Someone wanted to take advantage of the fact that Mahakala had just undergone his tribulation and was at his weakest to kill him. How dare you? Gu Fei roared. He used the 8 desolation steps and shot into the sky, punching out. The extremely ferocious primal chaos fist force directly dissipated the black hand. A cold snort came from afar, and a figure turned around, wanting to leave this place. This is... Everyone was shocked. It's Gu Fei. He's making a move. Someone's out of luck. Some ancient saints murmured. The guy who dared to attack Haitian was really reckless. He actually dared to attack Haitian. Haitian must have a powerful background. The ancient saint from the soaring dragon ancestral star knew about Haitian's background. Swish. Gu Fei used the godly steps, displaying his extreme speed of 8 steps, and chased after that person. In just a few steps, he had already caught up with that person. His speed was unimaginably fast, much faster than teleportation. What? That person was clearly taken aback. He had never imagined that Gu Fei's speed would be so fast. This caused his heart to tremble. It seemed like a person's reputation was like a tree's shadow. It was not a coincidence that Gu Fei was able to kill a saint, nor was it some bullsh** luck. Leave your life here. Gu Fei was furious. This guy actually wanted to kill Haitian. This had already crossed his line. After all, Haitian was his brother. Rumble. Gu Fei struck out with the hand of heaven covering. The chaotic chi covered a distance of 30,000 li and enveloped the person. The power of destruction descended, directly obliterating the void below the hand. After becoming a sage, Gu Fei rarely used his full strength. But now, he wanted to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. He wanted to kill this guy with lightning speed. The successor of the martial ancestor is indeed extraordinary. The person unhurriedly took out something from his body. It was a scroll. You want to escape with the power of the scroll? Dream on. The great hand of primal chaos enveloped half of the sky and sealed off the surrounding space. No greater teleportation technique could be used, not even teleportation. He who said I wanted to escape, the person said with a smile. Then, he opened the scroll. A beam of divine light rushed out and turned into a 10,000 zhang tall figure. The aura of an extreme supreme being spread out. What? How is this possible? In an instant, all living beings felt their souls tremble. The aura of an extreme supreme being actually appeared between heaven and earth. Under the pressure of this extreme supreme being, Gu Fei almost knelt on the ground. Some of the ancient sages in the surrounding area had already knelt down in front of the figure, as if they were worshipping a supreme being. Everyone was cautious and terrified. Buzz. At this moment, a rumbling sound came from Gu Fei's body. The shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from his body and enveloped him. Chapter 2263. While He Tian was undergoing his tribulation, someone actually tried to kill him. This infuriated Gu Fei. The person who made the move had something to rely on. He took out a scroll and released a faint and illusory figure. A wisp of the aura of a sovereign was emitted from the figure, shocking the heavens. What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although the figure seemed like it would dissipate into the void at any time, the wisp of sovereign aura emitted from it caused the heavens and earth to tremble. A remnant consciousness left behind by a sovereign. Under the power of the cauldron of mountain and river, Gu Fei sized up the figure in front of him. He was incomparably shocked. He never thought that the other party would have such a method. At this time, He Tian had already hidden in his inner world. He was very weak after just undergoing his tribulation. At this time, even an immortal could kill him with a rod. If he died like this, he would die in vain. Who exactly are you? Gu Fei's eyes turned as sharp as the edge of a blade. He glanced at the person with murderous intent, ready to strike at any time. Cauldron of mountain and river? The person didn't answer. He just stared at the ancient cauldron shadow around Gu Fei. His eyes lit up, as if he wanted to pounce on Gu Fei and snatch the ancient cauldron away. The greedy gaze of this person made Gu Fei feel disgusted. Kill. Gu Fei didn't want to waste any more time with this person. He attacked directly. With the power of the cauldron of mountain and river protecting him, he was not afraid of the remnant consciousness of the sovereign. A huge chaotic hand slammed towards the person. Rumble. Above the chaotic hand, the power of the great Tao of chaos surged. Everywhere the hand passed, everything was instantly obliterated, leaving nothing behind. I didn't expect you to have cultivated the chaotic martial body. You are naturally close to the power of chaos, the person said. The chaotic hand shrouded the heavens and earth, including the remnant consciousness of the sovereign. A terrifying power shook the heavens and earth, and the chaotic chi from all directions gathered crazily. That person was right. Gu Fei had cultivated the primal chaos martial body. This kind of physique was innately close to the primal chaos chi. Gu Fei's attack immediately attracted the surrounding primal chaos chi. However, in front of a sovereign's remnant will, you are still not enough. That person said coldly. The illusory figure did not move and simply stood there. However, Gu Fei's chaos hand stopped above the figure's head. Gu Fei was taken aback. The Supreme Being's remnant consciousness was too strong. Even though his primal chaos sky-engulfing hand had attracted the primal chaos chi from all directions, it was still difficult for it to descend even an inch. Even though it was just a remnant will, it was still inviolable. This was the remnant will of the strongest expert in the 6 Daos of the 3 realms. It existed in the world, and not even saints could destroy it. That person actually obtained such a scroll. It truly shocked everyone to the extreme. A scroll that could release a supreme being's remnant will. Just who was this person? Could he be from one of the superpowers that had once produced a sovereign? Throughout the ages, there were only a few that could become a sovereign. On the Buzhou ancestral star, there was the Ziyun clan and the Gold clan. On the Soaring Dragon ancestral star, there was the ancient Buddhist lord and the supreme Tao ancestor. The sovereign Tai Huang and Tian Yao of the monster race were also from the Soaring Dragon ancestral star. And the Kunlun ancestral star produced a Fuxi ancestor god. As for the other sovereigns like the martial ancestor and the others, no one knew where they came from. After all, that era was too far away from the current era. No one knew if there were other sovereigns in that ancient era. In the heaven realm, there might have been sovereigns as well. At least, there were legends about the Moon Palace's female sovereigns. In the heaven realm, there was a moon burial ground, which was said to be the grave of the female sovereign. Gu Fei had personally experienced the horrors of the moon deity's palace. The place where a sovereign fell was always ominous. It was unbelievable that someone could seal the undying remnant thought of a sovereign in a scroll. Could it be the doing of another sovereign? The blurry figure just stood there, and did not attack Gu Fei. That person seemed to be unable to control the remnant thought and could only release it. That was enough. As long as the remnant thought was released, even a great saint would not be able to hurt that person. The sovereign was too strong. It was unbelievable that a remnant thought could suppress the great Tao of heaven and earth, intimidate the heavens, and make saints almost unable to stand up straight. Buzz. As if sensing the aura of a sovereign, Gu Fei's body vibrated, and an ancient cauldron rushed out from his body. The fist-sized ancient cauldron vibrated, and transparent ripples spread out from it. An extreme aura spread out from the ancient cauldron. At that moment, everyone was shocked to the point of no return. They were dumbfounded. It was a Paragon Saint artifact. The power of the Paragon Saint artifact shook everyone's soul. How is this possible? An ancient saint whispered. Even someone as powerful as an ancient saint could not help but kneel on the ground when the ancient cauldron emitted the aura of a sovereign. That person was dumbfounded. He never thought that Yi Fujian could actually use the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that it was a Paragon divine artifact. Only a sovereign could use it. Buzz. The mountain and river cauldron vibrated, and the cauldron's soul seemed to have awakened. It directly shook out a sovereign-level power. The sovereign's remnant thought immediately dimmed and almost completely dissipated. That person vomited blood and was sent flying. If it was not for the sovereign's remnant thought in front of him, he would have been destroyed. Without any hesitation, that person turned around and fled. He knew that his scroll was about to be destroyed. This was a precious treasure of his clan and could not be used easily. Chaotic primordial chi lingered on the mountain and river cauldron. The Paragon ancient cauldron displayed supreme power that could suppress the sixth Tao of heaven and directly shattered the sovereign's remnant thought. The scroll in that person's hand turned into dust. After shattering the sovereign's remnant thought, the mountain and river cauldron flew back and entered Gu Fei's body. When the sovereign's aura dissipated, everyone heaved a sigh of relief, especially those ancient saints. The sovereign's aura caused them to kneel on the ground, unable to stand up. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei chased after him without any hesitation. This person dared to try and kill He Tian. How could he let him escape so easily? Yi Fujian had the extreme speed of 8 steps. With every step he took, Tao runes appeared under his feet. This kind of extreme speed was too fast. Even ancient saints who were also saints couldn't catch his movements. Die. In just a few steps, Gu Fei had already caught up to that person. Chapter 2264. Gu Fei caught up with the mysterious man and was about to attack. However, the mysterious man suddenly turned around and raised his right hand. A dozen black beads flew out of his hand and smashed towards Gu Fei. That is, with a thought, Gu Fei's chaotic astral energy immediately emerged from his body and enveloped him. Above the astral energy, there were 9 chaotic Tao runes faintly visible. Rumble. The dozen black beads smashed onto Gu Fei's protective astral energy and exploded. A black demonic fire instantly swallowed Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic power was vast and mighty. This demonic fire directly burned the void between heaven and earth. The demonic aura spread over 100,000 miles, causing countless living beings to panic. An expert of the demons has appeared. An old voice resounded from afar. Powerful divine senses came out from all over the chaotic world and swept towards Gu Fei's location. Master. Gu Zhong and the others who saw this scene from afar couldn't help but turn pale with fright. The black beads that the mysterious man threw out were actually the sky-burning demon beads that were condensed with the sky-burning demonic fire. This was a powerful magic treasure of the Devil Tao. The sky-burning devil fire contained in the devil bead was one of the most terrifying flames in the world. As long as one was burned by this devil fire, even a saint would be turned into ashes. Who was this mysterious man? How could he have such a thing? It should be known that this sky-burning demon bead was not something that any demons could refine. Only sage demons could collect the sky-burning demonic fire and condense it into a demon bead. Humph! The mysterious man stopped high in the sky and sneered as he looked at the demonic fire in front of him. After being hit by his sky-burning demon bead, this guy would die even if he had cultivated the chaotic martial body. However, the mysterious man's expression quickly changed. Within the demonic fire, Gu Fei's aura did not disappear as expected. Moreover, several ancient saints had already surrounded him. What a good demon! How dare you commit murder in the chaotic world? A white-haired ancient sage walked out. His powerful sage aura was like a boundless ocean as it surged towards the mysterious man. One of the 5 elements of the world, the power of water. The mysterious person was obviously shocked. The mysterious person cultivated the grand Tao of water. This type of energy was continuous and boundless, and it was the softest energy in the world. Demons. Everyone has the right to punish them. A middle-aged woman in a white dress blocked the mysterious man's path of retreat. The middle-aged woman's body was shrouded in a layer of green divine light. It was a divine halo formed from pure wood elemental essence chi. Wood elemental power. The mysterious man couldn't help but be moved. These 2 ancient saints were very extraordinary. They actually cultivated the grand Tao of water and wood, one of the 5 elements of the world. These grand Taos were not ordinary grand Taos and were very difficult to cultivate. However, once they succeeded in their cultivation and became a sage, they would be much stronger than ordinary sages. Do you want to gang up on me? The mysterious man glanced at the 3 prime saints and said coldly. The 3rd prime saint was very mysterious. He was shrouded in a gray divine light, and his body was blurry like an illusion that could dissipate into the void at any time. Cowardly scoundrel. The mysterious man looked at the 3rd prime saint and said, "You're talking about yourself, right?" The mysterious prime saint said, "Humph." The mysterious man didn't say anything else. His exposed eyes flashed brightly as a powerful battle intent emanated from his body. The surrounding void began to tremble. The power of a sage erupted. Even the stable world of the chaotic world was shaken by the power of a sage. A sage existence was incomparably powerful. They could trample on the heavenly Tao, shatter the void, and display terrifying methods that could destroy the world. This kind of divine might wasn't something anyone below the sage realm could imagine. Old Man Water, are you going to do it, or should I? The white-robed middle-aged woman said to the water element ancient sage. Fairy Moo is too polite. You should do it. The prime saint Water said. Very well. As the middle-aged woman spoke, she took a step forward and extended her right hand. A ball of green light immediately rushed out of her hand and turned into a green divine sword. The 3rd prime saint didn't say anything. The mysterious man couldn't help but be shocked and angry at being ignored by the prime saint Water and prime saint Wood. These 2 fellows were not easy to deal with. They were definitely experts among the prime saints. The 3rd prime saint was mysterious and unfathomable. The mysterious man couldn't see through him at all. His intuition told him that this mysterious prime saint was the most dangerous existence. Go. The middle-aged woman directly used the sword kinesis technique and attacked the mysterious man. Chilling sword chi soared up tens of thousands of meters, and the sword chi ripples it emitted seemed to tear the world apart. Collect. When the mysterious man saw the divine sword piercing through, he quickly took out a bag made of bee skin and opened it. A heaven-devouring power immediately surged out from the bag, wanting to take the divine sword away. Heaven-devouring pouch. When the middle-aged woman saw this, she was shocked and quickly withdrew her divine sword. A green divine sword was vibrating and dancing around the middle-aged woman's body. The mysterious man took out the heaven-devouring pouch. There were 9 Tao patterns vaguely visible at the mouth of the heaven-devouring pouch. The heaven-devouring power was so vast that it actually devoured the void in front of the heaven-devouring pouch. Swoosh! The middle-aged woman soared into the sky and avoided the heaven-devouring pouch. Then, she raised her hand and a stream of sword chi immediately slashed down from the sky. This was a saint-level sword chi. It tore the world apart and possessed supreme power. The mysterious man didn't fight the middle-aged woman. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when the middle-aged woman soared into the sky and instantly rushed out of the encirclement. What? The Prime Saint Water and the mysterious Prime Saint were both shocked. They never thought that the mysterious man would actually escape without actually fighting the Prime Saint Wood. After him. Without any hesitation, the three ancient sages immediately chased after the mysterious man. At this time, the sky-burning demon fire in the sky gradually extinguished. A figure directly walked out of the demon fire. What? Even the sky-burning demon fire can't hurt this person? Everyone was shocked. After all, that was the legendary sky-burning demon fire. Some people would never see such a terrifying demon fire in their entire lives. It was a demon fire that was said to be able to burn the soul. Ordinary cultivators would be consigned to eternal damnation if they came into contact with a trace of this demon fire. First, their physical body would be burned to ashes, then their soul. The demon fire burning the soul was the most extreme kind of pain. I knew that Master would be fine. Chapter 2265. Everyone knew how terrifying the sky-burning demon fire was. A single wisp of it could burn a saint to death. It was a kind of demon fire that could kill saints. However, such a terrifying demon fire could do nothing to Gu Fei. 9 chaotic runes appeared vaguely on the layer of chaotic divine light around him. This chaotic aura blocked the sky-burning demon fire, making it difficult for it to burn Gu Fei. Seeing this, everyone was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was truly powerful. He had the battle power to challenge a saint king. It was too unbelievable. How long had it been since he became a saint? It was no secret that Gu Fei had become a saint in the chaotic world. He had the battle power to rival a saint king not long after becoming a saint. How could they not be shocked? Demons? Gu Fei walked out of the demon fire. His eyes were extremely bright. At this moment, he had already decided to kill the mysterious person. Swish! He used the desolate steps and disappeared from where he was. He was so fast that even some ancient sages could not catch his figure. Powerful saint ripples came from afar. The 3 ancient sages were chasing the mysterious person. The powerful ripples spread over 100,000 miles. The aura of a saint was too powerful. It could not be concealed at all. The supreme saint might shock the surroundings, causing countless living beings to tremble under this saint might. You 3 old guys, do you really want to force me to fight with my life? The mysterious person's voice was extremely cold. At this moment, the 3 ancient sages had already caught up. The mysterious ancient sage in particular had an extremely fast movement technique. It was this mysterious ancient sage who had stopped the mysterious person. What a joke. Not only will we force you to fight with your life, but we will also kill you, the water element ancient sage said emotionlessly. The water element ancient saint said expressionlessly. Around him, the power of water was vast and mighty. 9 translucent Tao patterns were faintly discernible, and the void was rippling like water. Go to hell. The mysterious person waved his hand, and a dozen black beads shot towards the 3 ancient sages. These were the sky-burning demon beads, which contained the terrifying sky-burning demon fire. Hateful fellow! Ancient sage Wood Traveler roared furiously before stretching out his right hand. A surge of pure water elemental energy gushed out from his hand, turning into a blue ocean that swept forward. 9 primitive water elemental Tao patterns appeared indistinctly in the torrential water. The water element ancient sage was extremely powerful. He had already cultivated the lunar true water, which was the coldest energy in the world. This kind of true water was the nemesis of the heaven-burning demon fire. Rumble. Monstrous waves surged forward. The power of the divine water of extreme froze everything, even the void. In the end, the heaven-devouring pouch expanded to the size of a mountain. Its surface was densely covered with Tao patterns, and the sound of the great path seemed to be coming from it. Haha, old man water, put in a bit more effort. This heaven-devouring pouch is going to explode because of you. The wood element ancient sage couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw this. Oomph! The mysterious man snorted coldly. It wasn't easy to explode the heaven-devouring pouch. After all, this was the heaven-devouring pouch, a saint-level treasure that could devour even the heavens. Although it couldn't really devour an entire world, the space inside the heaven-devouring pouch was unimaginably vast. At this moment, A layer of sweat had already appeared on the water element ancient sage's forehead. The water elemental power in his body was vast. He was going all out, and the aura of a prime saint was so powerful that it caused the surrounding world to tremble. What's going on? At this moment, the mysterious man suddenly realized that cracks had appeared on the heaven-devouring pouch. The Tao patterns on the heaven-devouring pouch were continuously collapsing. This old madman is really... The mysterious man was extremely shocked, and he immediately retreated. It was important to know that this heaven-swallowing pouch had already swallowed an endless amount of true water. If it really exploded, even a saint would be destroyed in both body and soul. Boom! With a deafening rumble, the heaven-devouring pouch exploded. Countless runes collapsed and dissipated in the air. The extremely powerful power of the Tying water erupted. Several nearby mountains were instantly turned into flying ash. The ground sank, and terrifying cracks appeared on the ground. These cracks continued to spread into the distance. The mysterious man was sent flying by the force. Die. Chapter 2266. The ancient sage of water element had really exploded the heaven-devouring pouch. The heaven-devouring pouch had devoured the boundless power of the lunar true water. Once it exploded, the impact would be unimaginable. Even though the mysterious person had retreated far away, he was still affected by the sweeping energy and was sent flying back by the shockwave. However, just as the mysterious man was sent flying, a figure instantly caught up to him and threw a punch at him. The powerful fist force instantly enveloped the mysterious man. Gu Fei. The mysterious man's shock was no small matter. At this moment, a chaotic fist rapidly enlarged in the mysterious man's eyes. Bam! With a muffled sound, the mysterious man exploded and was smashed into a bloody mist by the chaotic fist. The powerful fist force not only shattered the mysterious man's physical body, but it also shattered the mysterious man's divine soul. Although the mysterious man was also a powerful saint-level powerhouse, he was unable to withstand Gu Fei's punch at this moment. Roar! Just as the mysterious man's soul was about to be shattered, a furious roar rang out. It was a powerful divine sense that was also filled with demonic nature at the same time. Then, a black light emerged from the bloody mist that the mysterious man's physical body had turned into. Rumble. The void between heaven and earth was shaking. A shocking demonic spirit appeared between heaven and earth, as if an extremely terrifying demon had been released. What's going on? At this moment, even Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The mysterious man's divine soul had already been shattered by his punch. However, at the instant when he shattered the mysterious man's divine soul, he felt a demonic spirit. Endless chaotic chi gathered from all directions, and a huge demonic figure appeared between heaven and earth. Haha, thank you for killing him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come out. The demonic figure emitted such a spirit wave. Endless chaotic chi was rapidly converted into demonic chi by a demonic spirit. Very soon, the place was filled with demonic chi, as if it had turned into a terrifying demonic domain. At this moment, the bloody mist that the mysterious man's physical body had turned into was undergoing a shocking change. To be more precise, it was rapidly demonizing. The demonic spirit originated from the bloody mist that had turned into a bloody mist. That person's divine soul is strange. At this moment, Gu Fei's expression turned ugly. It seemed that the mysterious man had been planted with a demonic seed. His soul had already been planted with a demonic seed. The demonic seed took root in the mysterious man's soul, constantly devouring the mysterious man's soul power to nourish the demonic seed. Finally, the demonic seed sprouted, broke out of the cocoon, and transformed into a complete demonic soul. This method could only be mastered by ancient devils who had been severely injured. It was a very ancient technique of the demons. The injured devil soul would turn into a devil seed and use the divine soul of others to repair their own devil soul. Gu Fei had killed the mysterious man, but at the same time, he had also released an ancient devil. To be precise, it was an ancient devil's devil soul. This great technique of demons was not without its shortcomings. Even if the demon seed planted in someone else's soul completed its transformation, it would still be difficult for it to turn into a demon soul and separate from the other person's soul. Only when this person died and his soul dissipated could the devil soul be released. A demon has really been born. The ancient devil soul was incomparably powerful. Its demonic power was vast and mighty. Almost all the ancient sages who had entered the chaotic world could feel this power. The birth of a demon was not a small matter. Some ancient sages rushed to the place where the demon had been born. Reconstruct the demon body and return to the true self. The ancient devil soul sent out a strong wave of divine will. Endless primordial chi surged in from all directions. Then, it was transformed into devil chi and absorbed into a figure. Ancient devil? Gu Fei did not make a move. He watched this scene, and his eyes lit up. This ancient devil was very strong. The devil soul was very strong. He had never expected that the mysterious man's divine soul would be attached to such a powerful devil soul. Don't let this demon reconstruct his demon body. The ancient sage of water element roared. He immediately made a move. The power of the lunar pure water turned into a towering blue wave that swept towards the devil soul. The world and the void shattered under the impact of this huge wave. However, an unbelievable scene occurred. When the huge wave formed by the lunar true water collided with the demonic aura, it was continuously converted into pure demonic aura. Seeing this, Gu Fei could not help but frown. Could this demon have mastered that kind of secret technique? How is this possible? Roar. The ancient sage of water element roared. His expression changed. His power was actually being sucked in by a powerful devouring force. The power in his body was leaking out uncontrollably and was continuously being transformed into devil chi by the demon. Haha, such pure water elemental power. Thank you. I will leave your corpse intact. The ancient devil soul displayed a shocking technique. It had actually absorbed an ancient sage and was using the ancient sage's power to reconstruct the demon body. The ancient sage of water element used all his strength to try and stop the essence chi from flowing out of his body. However, he was shocked to find that no matter how hard he tried, he could not recover the essence chi. Preposterous. Even if I die, I will not let you off so easily. The ancient sage of water element gritted his teeth and was about to self-destruct. However, at this moment, the ancient sage of water element saw a figure flash before him. A figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, the powerful devouring force that had been sucking him in had disappeared. The ancient sage of water element was startled. He quickly regained his senses and hurriedly retreated far away. It's him. The ancient sage of water element realized that the person who had saved him was that Gu Fei. The ancient devil soul was shocked to see that Gu Fei had saved the ancient sage of the human race. Kill. The ancient devil soul did not hesitate and directly attacked Gu Fei. A pitch-black demon hand reached out from the towering devil chi and grabbed at Gu Fei. A powerful devouring force was released from the demon hand. It wanted to devour Gu Fei. However, the ancient devil soul's plan was wrong. Gu Fei stood in the void, unmoving like a mountain. The devouring force was actually unable to devour the essence chi on his body. How is this possible? This time, the ancient devil soul could not help but be shocked. The essence chi on this human's body had fused with his entire body. It was difficult to move. Is this Gu Fei really that strong? At this moment, the ancient sage of wood and the mysterious ancient sage looked at this scene in shock. The strength of the ancient devil soul was obvious to all. Even the ancient sage of water element had almost been forced to self-destruct. Chapter 2267. Human, I don't know if you are overestimating yourself or stupid. Demonic chi spread for 100,000 miles, covering half of the world. A divine thought rang out in the hearts of all living beings. This was a divine thought that was released indiscriminately. The demonic chi continued to churn. Endless chaotic energy gathered from all directions and was quickly converted into demonic chi. This process was very fast. Basically, as soon as the chaotic energy came into contact with the demonic chi, it would be converted. A demonic power so strong that it caused the world to tremble rapidly condensed. An incomparably huge demonic figure appeared in the world. At this moment, all the saint-level living beings in the entire chaotic divine land felt this demonic aura. They were all extremely shocked. Such a demon had actually appeared in the chaotic divine land. This demon, the three ancient sages retreated. The power displayed by the ancient demon soul was too strong. It was as if a demon had descended, causing their souls to tremble. "You were talking to me." Gu Fei stared at the huge demonic figure that towered into the sky and said calmly, "Haha, I really admire your courage. You little human, you really don't want to die." The ancient demon soul laughed. Who was he? Even in the distant past, he was a demon master that could cause the entire chaotic world to tremble with a single step. In the distant chaotic world, a demon master who ruled over a demon domain was called a demon master of a domain. Could this demon be one of the 10 great demon masters of the chaotic world? The ancient sage water element was extremely shocked. He had started cultivating during the chaotic world era. During that era, there were many experts. Even saint-level living beings were not invincible. Each of the 10 great demon masters of the chaotic world was said to be at the same level as the demon masters. They were unparalleled demons who stood at the peak of the chaotic world. Back then, before the ancient sage water element had attained the Tao, he had heard of the 10 great demon masters. At that time, he was not qualified to meet them. Demon master. The female ancient sage's expression was extremely solemn. It should be known that the demons that could become demon masters were all extremely powerful demons. They could easily kill saint-level living beings. If the ancient demon soul really was the demon soul of a demon master, then it would be very troublesome. "You won't be able to laugh soon." Gu Fei calmly looked at the demonic figure in front of him. This Gu Fei really wants to challenge this fiendish demon. Many people were shocked to the extreme. Even in the face of a great demon that could kill a sacred grade being, the successor of the martial progenitor's bloodline still did not retreat. "Master," when Gu Zhong and the others saw this scene from afar, they broke out in cold sweat for Gu Fei. The vast demonic aura in front of them made them almost unable to breathe. If it wasn't for Gu Fei's celestial prime body protecting them, their bodies would have been crushed by the terrifying devil might, and their primordial spirits would have been destroyed. Gu Fei's immortal sovereign Tao body emitted an aura of the great Tao that enveloped everyone. Even so, Gu Zhong and the others still felt a great pressure. It can't really be the demon master, right? At this moment, even Shaoqing was shocked. He was the disciple of the old tortoise. Who was the old tortoise? He was the son of the invincible ancient demon emperor, the Tai Huang. His background was terrifying. All these years in the heaven realm, Shaoqing had fought with the old tortoise and made a name for himself. He was known as the invincible Shaoqing dragon. Back then, when they fought with the old tortoise, they encountered an unimaginably strong enemy. In a demon's den, they encountered a demon master that was still breathing. Although the old tortoise had the Tai Huang seal and was on the verge of death, the old tortoise was still breathing and had lived for countless years. Even such a demon master could fight with the old tortoise endlessly, forcing the old tortoise to use the Tai Huang seal before finally killing the demon master. Shaoqing witnessed that battle, so he knew how terrifying the demon master was. The demon master was an existence that dared to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Tai Huang seal. Even if he wasn't a demon sovereign, he wasn't far from it. "Human, you can go and die now. This body of yours belongs to your demon now." The ancient demon soul had its eyes on Gu Fei's body. The ancient demon soul could sense the strength of Gu Fei's chaotic martial body. This was definitely a top-notch cauldron. If he used this cauldron to nourish the demon soul, he might really be able to reconstruct the ultimate demon body in the future. It wasn't impossible to forcefully reconstruct the ultimate demon body now, but the reconstructed demon body was far from the ultimate demon body. Rumble. At that moment, the gigantic demon shadow made of endless demon chi moved. A demon hand slapped down at Gu Fei from the sky. The demon chi was vast and mighty. In the palm of the demon hand, a demon inscription appeared faintly, emitting a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. "You're just a small demon soul. Do you really think you're the demon master? Gu Fei said indifferently. Then, a purple light suddenly shot out from between his eyebrows. An incomparably strong spiritual energy was emitted from the purple light. Bzzz, the air vibrated. The purple light turned into a purple sword of Tao. The Tao inscriptions on it interweaved and gathered the power of the great Tao. Then, the sword of Tao shot up into the sky and pierced through the demon hand that was slapping down from the sky. This is, seeing Gu Fei use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the primordial spirit sword secret technique, the ancient demon soul was clearly shocked. He never thought that he would encounter such a secret technique. Roar, you're the Tao ancestor's successor. You deserve to die even more. The ancient demon soul was incomparably ferocious. 9 demon inscriptions appeared faintly in the demon chi. A demonic might that caused the heavens to tremble erupted. Whoosh! At that moment, the primordial spirit sword secret technique pierced through the demon hand. Then, it slashed into the layers of demon chi, wanting to destroy the ancient demon soul. Originally, Gu Fei's primordial spirit had already turned into the embryo of the path and then fused with the celestial sovereign's body. It was impossible for Gu Fei to use the primordial spirit sword secret technique. However, Gu Fei's spiritual soul was extremely powerful. Although he didn't have the power of his primordial spirit, he could use the power of his spiritual soul to activate this secret technique. The 9 secrets of the immortal path created by the Tao ancestor were truly heaven-defying. They could be called invincible divine techniques of the immortal path. It really is the primordial spirit sword secret technique. The ancient demon soul screamed. Demonic chi surged and the 9 demon inscriptions flew towards the purple divine sword of the great Tao. He wanted to use the power of the demonic path to destroy it. Bzzz, the great Tao sword secret technique vibrated. The purple sword light spread out in all directions like waves, drowning the 9 demon inscriptions in the sword light. After all, the ancient demon soul was too weak. If the mysterious person who had attacked Tian hadn't died, the ancient demon soul would still be sealed in the mysterious person's spiritual soul. This ancient demon soul had just broken free. Even if he really was the ancient demon ancestor, he wouldn't be able to defy the heavens and restore his invincible battle power in a short time. Moreover, the primordial spirit sword secret technique was the nemesis of the ancient demon soul. Roar! The ancient demon soul roared. The demonic chi retreated like the tide. In the blink of an eye, it had all retreated into a tall figure. This was a great demon. He had a human body but a bull's head. This was the head of the Bull Demon Clan, a powerful demons from the ancient demon clan. He really rebuilt his body. Gu Fei put away the primordial spirit sword secret technique. He looked at the bull demon that was surrounded by demonic chi. A powerful demonic power came from the bull demon. So it's a bull demon. Gu Fei said disdainfully. When the bull demon heard this, he couldn't help but fly into a rage. He was forced to rebuild his body prematurely. This wasn't his original intention. However, the other party had a secret technique like the primordial spirit sword secret technique. If he didn't rebuild his body, he would be in great danger. If his devil soul was slashed by the primordial spirit sword secret technique, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be greatly damaged. He would have to recuperate for countless years before he could come out again. The Bull Demon Clan? At this moment, some of the ancient sages in the sky were extremely shocked. They hadn't expected that the demons that had disappeared for countless years and were thought to have been wiped out would appear once more. The chaos back then was simply too terrifying. Some of the stronger races were wiped out. Even those superpowers that had existed for countless years were the same. Kill. Without any hesitation, Gu Fei took a step forward and closed in on the bull demon. A powerful pressure erupted, causing the entire world to tremble. Seems like I've underestimated you. It was only at this moment that the bull demon realized that this human before him wasn't simple at all. His physical body state was extremely tyrannical and seemed to be extremely similar to the body training technique that was created by that person of the human race. Gu Fei punched out with a simple punch. There was no blinding chi gale, nor was there any energy ripples that burst forth like a flood. Even though it seemed like a casual punch, in the eyes of the bull demon, it was far from ordinary. This single punch of the other party had already conformed with the laws of the heaven and earth, bringing forth the power of the great Tao. A punch as such wasn't something that just anyone could unleash. This human's understanding of the great Tao must have reached an extremely high state by now. The bull demon punched out as well. His gigantic fist met Gu Fei's fist head-on. On the surface of his fist, a series of demonic marks appeared. Bam! Kacha! The two fists collided with one another. Thereafter, a bone-chilling sound of bones cracking rang out. Gu Fei's going to be in for it. Some of the ancient sages did not think highly of Gu Fei's chances. They thought that Gu Fei's arm had been shattered by the bull demon. One had to know that even though the physique of the bull demon race wasn't the strongest amongst the demons, it wasn't the weakest either. Compared to the human race, the physical body state of the demons was definitely way stronger than that of the human race. However, something that had everyone's jaws dropping happened. Gu Fei's fist was perfectly fine, while the bull demon's fist was a mess of blood and flesh. Even his forearm was bent at a weird angle. Sure. Just then, Gu Fei's left hand had already pierced into the chest of the bull demon. With that, an extremely powerful force burst forth from his left hand. Boom! Chapter 2268. On the surface, the ox demon seemed to be extremely powerful. Its demonic might was enough to crush the heavens and the earth. However, when it really fought against Gu Fei, it could not withstand a single blow. You want to escape? Gu Fei attacked forcefully, directly shattering the ox demon's newly reconstructed demonic body. The ox demon's demonic soul had no choice but to fly up into the sky in an attempt to escape. However, Gu Fei would not let it escape so easily. He stretched out his hand and a giant hand of chaos appeared, grabbing at the ox demon's demonic soul. How dare you? As long as I recover 1,000th of my previous cultivation, I will be able to kill you 1,000,000 times over. The demonic soul roared. Although the ox demon's demonic soul was strong, it was not enough in front of Gu Fei. No matter how strong the demonic soul was, if it was cut by the primordial spirit sword, it would be in danger of being destroyed. In the past, the ox demon had suffered from such a secret technique and almost died. Only a remnant soul had managed to escape. This remnant soul had been nourished for countless years before gradually recovering. The demon was afraid. It did not want to experience the pain of having its demonic soul torn apart again. Buzz. The space shook. The ancient demon soul used its supreme demonic powers. The 9 demonic patterns intertwined, creating a spatial passageway that led to an unknown place. A powerful demonic aura spread out from the depths of the spatial passageway. Shrill demonic howls seemed to ring out in the air. It was as if countless demons were howling. It was as if the gates of hell had been opened. Inside, there were groups of demons dancing wildly. This shocked everyone. The demons' methods were too incredible. Just as the ancient demon's soul pierced through the void and created a passageway, the giant hand of chaos in the sky had already slammed down. The powerful shockwaves caused the spatial passageway to collapse. The giant hand of chaos unleashed a powerful force that sealed off all directions, cutting off all paths of retreat for the ancient demon soul. This time, the ancient demon soul could not help but be shocked. His opponent was far more powerful than he had imagined. His opponent had easily cut off his escape routes. Since you want to die, I will grant you your wish. The ancient demon soul was both shocked and angry. The 9 demonic patterns rushed up, intertwining to form a demonic diagram that suppressed the giant hand of chaos in the sky. Rumble, Gu Fei's chaos hand was shaking, and the chaos Dao patterns contained in the chaos hand were showing signs of collapsing. The devil Dao power that was spreading out from the devil diagram was too powerful. However, just as the ancient demon soul was resisting Gu Fei's chaotic hand with all its might, Gu Fei had already taken a step forward and appeared in front of the ancient demon soul in an instant. What? The ancient demon soul was extremely shocked. It quickly tried to escape and put some distance between it and Gu Fei. However, at this moment, Gu Fei had already made his move. The primordial soul Tao sword rushed out from between his eyebrows and instantly sliced through the void. With just one strike, the ancient demon soul was cut in half. Roar! The ancient devil soul roared angrily. He was almost going crazy. The ancient devil soul that had just recovered was once again heavily injured. This made him want to eat Gu Fei's flesh and drink Gu Fei's blood. The ancient demon soul that had been cut in half by the primordial soul Tao sword barely managed to fuse back together. However, the soul ripples that the ancient demon soul emitted became weaker. Boom! Just as Gu Fei was seriously injuring the ancient demon soul, there was a sudden loud sound in the sky. The chaos hand pressed down and the 9 demonic patterns collapsed. It was impossible to block it. Bang! The chaos hand pressed down on the ancient demon soul. Endless demonic chi dissipated, and the ancient demon soul was directly shattered by the chaos hand. Then, it reformed in the void in the distance. A type of devil Tao mystique similar to the Ascension secret technique. Gu Fei was a little surprised. This demon had actually mastered such a mystique. However, this mystique was very different from the Ascension secret technique, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The Ascension secret technique could allow one to instantly recover to their peak state. Even if one's spiritual soul was severely injured, it would recover to its peak state. However, this demon's mystique did not have this ability. After his devil soul was shattered by the chaos hand, his devil soul became even weaker. Damn it! The ancient demon soul was both shocked and angry. At this time, Gu Fei's primordial spirit Tao sword slashed down again. The primordial spirit Tao sword was the nemesis of all spiritual bodies. The ancient demon soul naturally knew this. He quickly transformed into a beam of demonic light and rushed into the sky, dodging the primordial spirit Tao sword. You can't escape. Gu Fei's tone was still very calm. He used his extreme speed 8 steps and chased after the ancient demon soul. At this time, everyone watching the battle from afar was extremely shocked. This Gu Fei was really a mess. He was actually chasing after the demon ancestor. There was no doubt that this was the ancient demon soul of the demon ancestor level. The ancient demon soul transformed into a beam of light and fled at an extremely fast speed. However, Gu Fei's extreme speed 8 steps was not to be trifled with. The 2 strong cultivators, one in front and one behind, disappeared in an instant. Gu Fei chased the ancient demon soul for tens of thousands of miles, all the way into the depths of the chaotic world. Countless chaotic species fled in fear. In the end, Gu Fei chased the ancient demon soul to the exit of a chaotic world. Only then did he completely destroy the ancient demon soul. The exit of the chaotic world was actually connected to the demon realm. This discovery shocked Gu Fei greatly. It turned out that not only could humans enter the chaotic world, but demons could as well. Endless demonic lines formed a spatial tunnel. The demonic power was vast, and there were some powerful demons guarding this tunnel. When they saw Gu Fei chasing the ancient demon soul, they all attacked Gu Fei. However, they were all killed by Gu Fei. Roar! A demonic roar came from the space channel of the demon race, causing the entire space channel to shake. It was as if a terrifying demon was about to cross over. However, that demon seemed to have encountered trouble on the other side of the tunnel. It did not cross over, but its demonic aura was many times stronger than the ancient demon soul from before. Gu Fei stood before the demon's tunnel and felt the demonic aura on the other side. He couldn't help but be shocked. Could there be a real demon ancestor on the other side? Soon, some ancient sages arrived. When they saw this, they were dumbfounded and couldn't speak for a long time. What's going on? Can demons also enter the chaotic world? An ancient sage exclaimed. It has to be said that the chaotic world was discovered by the human race. In the distant past, the supreme experts of the human race had opened up a tunnel to the chaotic world. Ever since the passage to the chaos world was built, this chaos world had become a training ground for the human race. No one had ever discovered that the demon race could also enter this chaos world. Chapter 2269. The sudden appearance of the demon's passageway in the chaos world made the various factions very nervous. It seemed that the demons had already grasped the way to enter and exit the chaos world. Gu Fei did not barge into the demon's passageway. He merely stood in the distance and carefully observed it before retreating. During this time, no powerful demons came out of the demon's passageway. For Gu Fei, it did not matter whether the demons appeared in the chaos world or not. However, for the various factions, this matter was no small matter. Some of the ancient sages did not retreat. They monitored the demon's passageway from afar. Several hours after Gu Fei retreated, something strange finally happened in the demon's passageway. Powerful demonic aura began to surge out of the demon's passageway. A demonic aura that caused all living beings to tremble crossed the boundary. It was vast and mighty in this part of the world, intimidating all living beings. Even the ancient sages felt their hearts palpitate. What's going on? Is there really a demon ancestor at the other end of the passageway? The ancient sages were extremely shocked. The news had already spread, and the various factions would soon react. No one wanted the demons to enter the chaos world en masse. After all, the demons were the greatest enemy of all living beings. However, all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. At this time, he had already returned to the Divine Mountain and reunited with everyone. At this time, He Tian had also walked out of his inner world. His temperament had changed greatly, and he had become a saint. He Tian's body was surrounded by the aura of the divine path. Every movement he made had an indescribable aura of the great Tao. This was the aura that a saint should have. Oh well, hey, I didn't think you would be one step faster than me. In a pavilion on the Divine Mountain, Shaoqing raised his cup to congratulate He Tian. He Tian had become a saint. This was something worth celebrating. Everyone set up a banquet in the pavilion. They sat around a large table, and the ingredients on the table were not ordinary. Inside Gu Fei's inner world, there was no lack of divine medicines. The 1,000-year red fruit, which was only the size of an adult's thumb, and the humanoid 10,000-year treasure ginseng were just some supplementary ingredients. The true treasure was the great, desolate divine ape that Gu Fei had killed that day. It was a true saint beast, and its flesh contained an enormous amount of Saint Tao essence. Last time, when Gu Fei was refining the precious medicine, there was still some divine ape meat left. Gu Fei refined the rest of the divine ape's meat and roasted it. Everyone present had a portion, and the fragrance of the meat made everyone's mouths water. The flesh and blood of this kind of holy beast contained a powerful saint-level aura. If Gu Fei hadn't refined it, no one would have been able to withstand this kind of aura. Big brother, this is the flesh and blood of a saint beast. Although Shaoqing had heard that Gu Fei had killed a great, desolate divine ape, he did not expect Gu Fei to use the flesh of such a sacred beast as food. Even though he had followed the old tortoise for so many years, he had never eaten the flesh of a sacred beast. The flesh of a sacred beast was even more precious than divine medicines. The flesh and blood of a sacred beast contained saint-level essence qi. Even if an immortal ate a mouthful of it, his body would probably explode from the saint-level essence qi. This kind of flesh and blood divine medicine did not have much effect on saint-level living beings, but it was miraculous for advanced stage saint-level cultivators. Although it could not make an advanced stage saint-level cultivator directly become a saint, the saint-level essence qi in the flesh of a sacred beast could cleanse the marrow of an advanced stage saint-level cultivator in advance and lay a solid foundation for becoming a saint. Thank you, big brother, He Tian said emotionally. He knew that Gu Fei was a very generous person to his own people, and he was even willing to share the flesh of such a sacred beast with everyone. Everyone present was very grateful to Gu Fei. I'm going to dig in. At this time, Zhong Liming had already started eating. However, she only took a small bite before she stopped. Her nose and mouth were inhaling and exhaling divine light, and the meat in her mouth turned into a stream of pure energy that entered her body. It was quickly absorbed by her body. Soon, rays of divine light appeared on Zhong Liming's body, and there were indistinct Tao runes. Zhong Liming directly sat cross-legged, circulated her mysterious technique, and entered a state of cultivation. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this scene. Could a small bite of the sacred beast's meat give Zhong Liming an epiphany? At this time, everyone did not hesitate and started eating. Those with weaker cultivations could only take a small bite, or 2 or 3 bites. Only those at the advanced stage saint level could finish the meat in front of them. Of course, those who did not finish eating would not waste it, and they carefully stored the rest of the sacred beast's meat away. This sacred beast's meat was incomparably precious, and it was not easy to eat it. No one would waste such a divine item, and they carefully stored it away to enjoy in the future. At this time, the Iron-Blood Taoist and Shaoqing stood up to bid farewell to Gu Fei after eating the sacred beast's meat, and walked out of the pavilion. They could feel that they were about to take that step. The others either walked out of the pavilion and returned to their cultivation grounds, or sat cross-legged on the ground and circulated their mysterious techniques to refine the essence of the sacred beast's meat. Only Gu Fei and He Tian were drinking with each other. "Boss, I want to leave for a while." He Tian wanted to say something, but in the end, he still said this. "You want to leave?" Gu Fei was a little surprised. "Yes, I have some things I need to retrieve," He Tian said as he put down his wine glass. "Could it be that your memories?" Gu Fei seemed to have thought of something as he stared at the black sky. "Yes, the memories that were sealed in the depths of my soul have finally returned," He Tian sighed and said. At this time, his eyes became deep, giving off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. Only someone who had experienced countless things would have such a temperament. "All right, you can go now," Gu Fei said. Everyone had secrets that they didn't want to talk about. Since He Tian didn't want to say what it was, Gu Fei wouldn't ask further. "Thank you, boss." He Tian was a little emotional. They were brothers who had gone through thick and thin together. Gu Fei's trust in He Tian touched He Tian. This was what true brothers were like. "When are you leaving?" Gu Fei asked. "Well, tomorrow. You don't have to send me off. I'll look for you after I'm done," He Tian said. "All right." Gu Fei didn't say anything else. In the end, both he and He Tian seemed to be drunk. This was an immortal brew brewed from countless divine medicines. Just a small cup was enough to make immortals and gods drunk. But for saints, this wine wasn't intoxicating. For Gu Fei and He Tian, it wasn't the wine that intoxicated them, but themselves. The next day, He Tian left. He didn't alarm anyone. He wanted to retrieve some things that belonged to him. When he returned, the entire world would probably tremble. After Mai Tian left, the divine mountain fell silent. Everyone was cultivating, wanting to increase their cultivation and power as much as they could in a short period of time. Chapter 2270. A silhouette appeared outside the sacred mountain. It was a man shrouded in purple qi. It was impossible to see his true appearance, but the man emitted a powerful pressure that shook the entire heaven and earth. Inside the gate of the holy mountain, a few members of the Ming family were terrified to the extreme. The pressure from that man was so strong that it made their souls tremble. "Who dares to behave atrociously here?" A loud roar was heard from the mountainside. A strong figure appeared on a boulder on the mountainside, looking out into the void beyond the divine mountain. "Oomph!" The person in the sky snorted coldly. Then, the person on the mountain groaned, spat out a mouthful of blood, and flew backwards. At that moment, a figure sitting cross-legged on a boulder at the peak of the God Mountain opened his eyes. 2 beams of light shot out from his eyes. In the next moment, the figure on the mountain peak disappeared. The main character has finally appeared. The mysterious man in the sky muttered to himself. Whoosh! At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the mysterious man, as if he had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Crepe Myrtle Star's G-Clan. The person who appeared in front of the mysterious man was Gu Fei. He could tell with one look that the aura of this person was very similar to the aura of the G-Clan members he had killed earlier. The mysterious man did not expect He Futian to be able to see through his background in one look. This made him feel somewhat passive. "Why are you here?" Gu Fei did not want to waste his breath on this person, so he asked directly. "Hand over Ji Changkong." That person said these words. The G-Clan was very good at tracking their enemies. When the elder of the G-Clan was chasing after Ji Changkong, he left a secret mark along the way. This was a unique method of the G-Clan. Only the people of the G-Clan could see the mark. The mark left by the elder of the G-Clan pointed to this sacred mountain. In other words, Ji Changkong should be on this sacred mountain. This time, he would not be able to escape even if he grew wings. Are all the people of the Ji clan so arrogant? Gu Fei was a little unhappy. The other party actually used a commanding tone to speak to him. Humph, I had wanted to leave your corpse intact, but now it seems that there's no need for that. The mysterious man said coldly, as if he had already defeated Gu Fei. Cut the crap. After saying that, Gu Fei threw a punch at the purple figure in front of him. The powerful fist force shook the void, causing the void to tremble. Kill! The mysterious person shouted and threw a punch to meet Gu Fei's fist. This guy is crazy. He actually dares to fight against Gu Fei head-on. In the distant sky, some ancient sages were shocked when they saw this scene. It must be known that the strength of Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was comparable to that of a pure-blooded savage beast of the great wilderness. Under the watchful eyes of some of the ancient sages, the two fists rapidly approached each other before smashing together. In that instant, a large area of the void collapsed. An extremely terrifying energy storm swept out in all directions. Buzz. The void trembled. Divine runes appeared on the sacred mountain. The divine runes interweaved to form an incomparably huge light barrier, enveloping the entire sacred mountain. The mighty destructive force was repelled by the light barrier that emerged from the divine mountain, so the divine mountain was not affected in the slightest. The two figures quickly separated. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. The other party could actually fight against him head-on. The other party's physical body was also incomparably strong, not much inferior to his. Who are you? Why are you protecting Ji Changkong? The mysterious person shrouded in purple gas seemed to be even more shocked than Gu Fei. At this moment, he did not dare to be careless because his opponent was very strong. One must know that his constitution was definitely the #1 constitution on the ancestral Myrtle star. It was so strong that it could make all his enemies feel fear. However, in this chaotic world, an opponent who could withstand a punch from him had actually appeared, and it was truly a surprise to him. I didn't think that after 10,000 years, an unbounded battle physique would appear on the ancestral Myrtle star. A voice rang out from the sacred mountain. A figure appeared at the peak of the sacred mountain. You are Ji Changkong, the mysterious person said. You look. At this moment, Ji Changkong, who was on the peak of the sacred mountain, suddenly became extremely shocked. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. Ji Changkong cultivated a special divine ability that could see through all illusions. This was a great technique of the Ji clan. It was slightly better than He Tian's Yin-Yang godly eye. One must know that the Ji clan of the ancestral Myrtle star had once produced an extreme Tao supremacy. This ancient technique was said to have been created by the supremacy ancestor of the Ji clan. You can actually see through my protective Tao power? Could it be that you have cultivated that great technique? The mysterious person was very shocked. What is your relationship with that person? Ji Changkong's voice trembled. He was not afraid, but angry. His eyes were red and the veins on his forehead were bulging. Seems like my father made an unnecessary move back then. How could a piece of trash like you be a match for him? The person said disdainfully. You. When Ji Changkong heard this, he was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Back then, if he had not been plotted against by that person, he would have already become the current clan leader of the Ji clan. How could he be stranded here, thinking about how to survive every day? He was originally a proud son of heaven, yet he ended up like this. This caused Ji Changkong to go crazy. Master, please don't harm this guy's life. Leave him to me. In the near future, I will ruthlessly trample on this father and son. Ji Changkong pleaded to Gu Fei, colluding with outsiders and plotting to harm your clansmen. Ji Changkong, you have already violated the rules of the clan. Quickly come and receive your death. The mysterious person was high and mighty. His tone was incomparably arrogant. And you must die too. The mysterious person pointed at Gu Fei and said, Haha, Gu Fei laughed. Ever since he became a sage, no one dared to speak to him like this. This person really thought that he was undefeatable in the world. Little bastard, you are really too inexperienced. Even if your father came, He would not dare to be so impudent in front of my master. Ji Changkong said. Humph. The former saint of the Ji clan has actually become someone else's slave. What a disgrace to our Ji clan. That mysterious person laughed coldly. What's the point of saying so much? If you want to fight, let's fight. As Gu Fei spoke, he directly punched towards that mysterious person. A strong chaotic energy condensed on his fist, and 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared indistinctly. Chaotic Body. Chapter 2271. The ancestral star of crepe myrtle was one of the 5 known ancestral lands of the human realm. It had an incomparably glorious past. 2 supreme physiques had once appeared on this planet. The ultimate body and the chaotic body were 2 types of supreme physiques. When the ultimate body was cultivated to the realm of completion, one's physical strength would be extremely powerful. Even without using any spells or techniques, one would still be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the supreme. The chaotic body was the only physique that could contend with the ultimate body. When the chaotic body reached the realm of completion, it would also possess the might of a supreme. Once these 2 physiques reached the realm of completion, one would be able to compete with a supreme and become a supreme. However, since ancient times, the ultimate body and the chaotic body had only appeared once in the human race. Now, another ultimate body had appeared on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. What shocked Ji Fan the most was that he actually encountered the chaotic body in the chaotic world. At this time, Gu Fei punched out. Chaotic chi surged and 9 primordial chaotic runes appeared on his fist, drawing in the power of the chaotic great Tao. Chaotic essence gathered from all directions. In this chaotic family, Gu Fei was like a chaotic god of war from ancient times. Just one punch was enough to shake the entire world. The chaotic body is naturally close to chaotic essence. So that's how it is. Ji Fan's ultimate body shook. He was very confident and also punched out. 9 nearly invisible runes appeared. This punch of his also drew in the power of the great Tao. The ultimate body was a type of supreme physique. It could smelt all Taos and turn them into its ultimate form. It could be said that the ultimate body was invincible to a certain extent. This was the terror of the ultimate body. It could smelt all Taos and transform them into great techniques for its own use. Its body was like a super black hole that could devour everything. All rivers run into the sea. The ultimate body was very powerful, but it had encountered the chaotic body. This forced Ji Fan to take it seriously. Although he was arrogant, he was not stupid. Rumble. It was like 2 ancient saints were fighting. The 2 fists hadn't even collided yet, but the entire world was already shaking from the collision of the 2 supreme forces. Streaks of primordial Tao patterns appeared and then dissipated. The power of the great Tao clashed, suppressing the great Tao of heaven and earth. The 2 fists had yet to collide, but they already had such power. This shocked all the spectators to the extreme. I didn't expect this little bastard to have the limitless holy body. On the divine mountain, Ji Changkong was incomparably shocked. The everlasting holy body. That was the ultimate holy body. When cultivated to great perfection, it would be a heaven-defying existence that could compete with primes. Boom! The 2 fists collided together, and the world was pierced through. 2 figures were moving rapidly. So what if you have the chaotic body? I, Ji Fan, will kill you all the same. Ji Fan roared angrily. He was extremely domineering as he confronted Gu Fei head-on. His entire body shone with divine light, and there were more than a dozen auras of the great path resonating within him. This was the limitless body. It could contain the great Tao of others and nourish it with its own body, turning it into its own great Tao. This kind of heaven-defying divine ability could only be grasped by the limitless body. Good heavens! Gu Fei sensed the dozen or so auras of the great path in his opponent's body and couldn't help but be shocked. This person was not simple and could even be considered heaven-defying. Rumble. The great path resonated. Every time Ji Fan punched, he could activate the nourishing power of the great path in his body. That was the power of the saint level. With more than a dozen saint-level powers gathered together, the power that erupted was absolutely shocking. Other than the limitless body, There was probably no one else who could control such power. Bang! Boom! The figures of Gu Fei and Ji Fan kept flashing in the air. Every time they flashed, they would clash head-on. In the sky above, the void was constantly pierced through. These two, in the distant sky, some of the startled ancient saints were dumbfounded. They were too strong. The combat power that Gu Fei and Jiang Fan displayed had already surpassed these ancient saints. These two could really be compared to the ancient gods. Boom! Gu Fei's right leg swept towards Ji Fan's waist like a divine whip. There was a sonic boom in the air, and the powerful pressure caused the air to explode. Bang! Ji Fan blocked Gu Fei's right leg with his knee, and then his right hand turned into a divine blade, slashing at Gu Fei's neck. The blade aura cut through the void. Swoosh! Gu Fei extended his hand and pressed forward. Chaotic patterns of the Great Path appeared in his palm, and an extremely powerful chaotic power froze the void. The powerful chaotic power shattered the blade aura that Ji Fan sent out, and then went for Ji Fan's chest. Oomph! Ji Fan snorted coldly. In the next moment, a powerful thunder power burst from his body, and countless purple lightning bolts rushed out of his body. This was a great art of the immortal path, known as the Violet Heaven Thunder. The purple lightning power tore through the void, breaking through the sealing power that came from Gu Fei's hand. Ji Fan rushed out. Kill! Ji Fan roared. He activated the Great Path of Thunder in his body. It was a power of the Great Path that he had obtained after killing a saint who cultivated the Great Path of Thunder. He used his infinite holy body to nourish the power of the Great Path of Thunder, making this power much more powerful than the original saint of Purple Heaven. 9 streaks of purple lightning turned into runes and appeared on Ji Fan's body. They then turned into 9 streaks of purple lightning that blasted towards Gu Fei. The destructive power was vast and mighty. Gu Fei rushed up, allowing the 9 bolts of lightning to hit him. He ignored the attack of the Violet Heaven Thunder, and a purple lightning enveloped him in an instant. However, his body only trembled slightly, and the purple lightning that enveloped him was completely dispersed. What a powerful chaotic body! Ji Fan was not surprised. The chaotic body should be this powerful, or it would not have been able to compete with supreme cultivators. Of course, it was not easy to train such a body to the great achievement level. It seemed that even the previous chaotic body had not been able to make it that far. If the infinite holy body and the chaotic holy body could be trained to the great achievement level, they would become the most powerful beings apart from supreme cultivators. They would not be supreme cultivators, but they would be able to compete with them. However, reaching that level was not easy at all. It was just like attaining the fruit of the Great Path, which was extremely difficult. I want your Great Path of Chaos. The stronger Gu Fei was, the more excited Ji Fan was. If he could obtain more of Gu Fei's Great Tao of Primal Chaos, wouldn't he be able to fuse the 2 supreme physiques of Primal Chaos and Peerless Tao, becoming the strongest expert since the beginning of time? Ji Fan was extremely excited at the thought, and his eyes sparkled. Humph, do you think you can have it? Chapter 2272. The Crepe Myrtle Ancestral Star had an infinite constitution, which was enough to make the other factions despair. In the future, no one would be able to shake the Ji clan. As the son of the current Ji clan master, Ji Fan was blessed by the heavens. Moreover, he was born with an infinite constitution, so the elders of the Ji clan had decided that he would be the next clan master. The fact that the Ji clan could control the entire ancestral star was enough to show how powerful it was. There were many factions in the Ji clan. Generally speaking, it could be divided into 3 main branches. The clan master's reign did not last forever. Every 10,000 years, there would be a clan member challenging the current clan master. As long as someone could defeat the current clan master, they would be able to replace him. At this time, the current clan master of the Ji clan had been in power for 8,000 years. There were still 2,000 years left. During this time, Ji Fan had enough time to grow. The facts were enough to prove that, with the infinite constitution, Ji Fan did not need 2,000 years to stand out. With his own strength, he swept away the entire younger generation of the Ji clan. Among the entire younger generation of the Ji clan, No one could compete with him for the position of clan master. This time, when the chaotic world reopened, Ji-fan did not think too much. He directly entered the chaotic world where danger lurked everywhere and cultivated the infinite constitution. He underwent his tribulation in a very special place, so it did not cause much of a commotion. In fact, no one even knew that he had become a saint. After becoming a saint, Ji-fan should have left and returned to the Ji clan of the Crepe Myrtle ancestral star. However, his Tao protector discovered Ji Changkong's whereabouts and chased after him. That Ji clan elder was unlucky and encountered Gu Fei. Thus, tragedy befell him. Ji-fan followed the mark left behind by the elder who helped him protect the Tao. He followed it all the way to the vicinity of the Divine Mountain where Gu Fei was. He discovered that Ji Changkong was on the Divine Mountain. Thus, Ji-fan and Gu Fei were destined to fight. Rumble. Two shocking forces collided. Divine runes of the Great Tao appeared on Ji-fan's body. Each rune emitted the powerful aura of a saint. Why does this guy have the aura of Old Man Zixiao? In the distant sky, an ancient saint was incomparably shocked. The 9 purple lightning runes on Ji-fan's body were the purple heaven lightning runes cultivated by ancient Saint Zixiao. That's ancient Saint Lai Hua's power, someone exclaimed. On Ji-fan's body, there were 9 Tao patterns formed by divine flames. Some ancient sages recognized this power. I heard that someone is hunting down an ancient sage. Could it be that lad? The power ripples emanating from Ji-fan's body were too strange. There seemed to be more than a dozen different powers of the Great Path on his body. How could this be? The strangeness of Ji-fan's body caused everyone to be in disbelief. There were more than a dozen different powers of the Great Path on one person's body. Could it be the legendary physique? An ancient saint from the Myrtle ancestral star seemed to have noticed something, but he couldn't be sure. After all, in the history of the Myrtle ancestral star, such a physique had only appeared once. Smelting the myriad Taos of heaven and earth? What kind of divine ability is this? Gu Fei said as he fought against Ji-fan. He could already tell that this fellow was actually using his own body to nourish the 9 Tao patterns of the other saints. This was simply too heaven-defying. It was equivalent to the power of more than 10 saints converging on this fellow's body. This isn't a divine ability, it's a talent, Ji-fan said. The other party didn't know about his physique. That was good. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy. Only then can you win 100 battles. Knowing the actual situation of the other party was definitely an advantage for him. However, Ji-fan didn't know that Gu Fei's chaotic martial body was already different from what he thought it was. Talent? You mean this physique of yours? As Gu Fei said this, his right fist collided with Ji-fan's left palm. There was a muffled sound, and the two quickly separated before charging forward again. You shouldn't be from the Myrtle ancestral star. Why offend the entire Ji clan for Ji Changkong? Ji-fan said. Gu Fei was the strongest saint he had ever met after he became a saint. It was impossible for him to kill this person in a short period of time. Gu Fei's cultivation and battle prowess were not any weaker than his. On the Myrtle ancestral star, Ji-fan was definitely a genius. He could get whatever he wanted. The huge Ji clan provided him with endless cultivation resources. The Ji clan controlled the entire Myrtle ancestral star. They had divine medicines and materials. Ji-fan didn't lack anything. He could cultivate in peace. Moreover, Ji-fan wasn't the kind of person who was content with the status quo. Every once in a while, he would undergo a trial and enter the desolate lands to hunt for wild beasts. His battle experience was no less than Gu Fei's. What a joke. Ji Changkong is my man now. If you want to kill him, you will offend me first. Gu Fei said. Swoosh. Swoosh. The two figures moved quickly. They were so fast that even saints could only catch a glimpse of them disappearing in an instant. Gu Fei was a little surprised. Ji-fan also cultivated an extremely fast movement skill. This kind of movement skill was no weaker than his 8 desolation steps. Encountering such an opponent made Gu Fei's blood boil. This was a rare opponent. He couldn't help but get serious. Chaotic sky engulfing hand. Gu Fei suddenly stopped and pressed his right hand towards Ji-fan. Rumble. Boundless chaotic chi surged and a supreme force appeared in the sky. A chaotic hand rushed out, emitting a terrifying aura that could suppress the heavens. It slammed towards Ji-Fan. Everlasting transformation. Ji-Fan waved his hands, and a circle of energy ripples spread out from his hands. Transparent ripples of the void that could be seen with the naked eye enveloped Gu Fei's chaos hand. A shocking scene unfolded. The primal chaos hand that Gu Fei had unleashed was dissipating. The primal chaos energy was rapidly dissipating and dissipating into the void. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. His opponent's great art was somewhat similar to the 9 secrets of Immortal Tao, the returning truth secret art. However, Gu Fei knew that his opponent's great technique was fundamentally different from the returning truth secret technique. His opponent's great technique should be a killing technique that he had cultivated himself, and it corresponded to his physique. Only someone with a constitution that could refine a myriad of Daos could cultivate such a killing art. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly arrived above Ji-Fan's head. Then, he stomped down and a ferocious force surged under his feet. At this moment, Ji-Fan had completely nullified Gu Fei's heaven-covering chaotic hand. Everlasting transformation. If it wasn't for this guy's father plotting against him back then, he would have become the leader of the Ji family long ago. A beautiful figure appeared in Ji Changkong's mind. That was his only hope of surviving for 10,000 years. He wanted to live to see her again. When they parted that year, she seemed to be pregnant. I hate it. Ji Changkong clenched his teeth. When he thought of this, he almost went crazy. Perhaps even Ji-Fan's father would never have imagined that Ji Changkong would hate him so much. I'm invincible. Gu Fei directly rushed towards Ji-Fan. In an instant, even the power of 10,000 everlasting transformations could not dispel the martial power on his body. His entire body was filled with a vast chaotic aura. It was like a chaotic divine fire jumping around. The powerful pressure caused the heaven and earth to tremble. Although he was not a true Saint King, his battle prowess had already reached that level. 9 chaotic Tao patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body and sealed everything, making it difficult for Ji-Fan's 10,000 everlasting transformations to dispel his martial power. Ji-Fan could not help but be shocked when he saw this. Ji Changkong's master was too amazing. Ever since he became a saint, this was the first time he had encountered a power of the great path that he could not dispel. Bam! Gu Fei was like the reincarnation of an ancient chaotic god. He directly punched out. The powerful power did not rush out from his fist. Instead, it condensed on his fist. Even so, the void in front of his fist still shook and then collapsed. The powerful fist force directly pierced through the void and broke through Ji-Fan's 10,000 everlasting transformations. Seeing Gu Fei's fist directly coming towards him, Ji-Fan was really shocked. Gu Fei's power did not rush out from his body at all. His 10,000 everlasting transformations technique was useless. Could this guy be a natural god of war? Ji-Fan did not think too much. He directly rushed into the sky and dodged the punch. His opponent's talent for battle was too shocking. He had found the flaw of his great technique so quickly. However, only the chaotic body had this kind of ability. Because the chaotic body's holy body was incomparably powerful, even if they did not use great techniques, they could still fight endlessly with him. Other cultivators could not possibly have such a powerful body of the way. They would be swept away by him and would not be a match for him at all. Where do you think you're going? Gu Fei shouted. He directly chased after him like a shadow. His speed was even faster than before. What? Ji-Fan was shocked again. Did his opponent not use his full strength before? Why did his speed suddenly increase by a lot? This made Ji-Fan a little confused. Bam! Gu Fei threw a punch directly at Ji-Fan's head. This time, it was difficult for Ji-Fan to dodge. He had already lost the initiative and could only passively fight back. Without any suspense, Ji-Fan was sent flying by Gu Fei's punch. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured, and this was difficult for him to accept. Roar! He roared angrily. The dozen or so powers of the great path nourished in his body resonated. Then, all of them rushed out and turned into primordial patterns, circling around his body. Rumble! The power of the Great Path was mighty. More than a dozen powers of the Great Path appeared at the same time. The void around Ji-fan was crushed and turned into the void of chaos. Even the stable world of chaos became extremely fragile in front of Ji-fan at this time. You deserve to die. Ji-fan was furious. His opponent had actually injured him, so he had to pay with his life. You really talk a lot of nonsense. At this time, Gu Fei attacked again. A huge foot came down from the sky and directly stepped on Ji-fan's face, pushing him down from the sky. On the Divine Mountain, Ji Changkong saw this scene and felt extremely satisfied. Ji-fan fell to the ground. He roared at the sky, his long hair dancing wildly. The powerful power of the saint level was vast and mighty, and the ground was sinking. He was like a demon king who could destroy the world, extremely ferocious. His face was extremely hideous. There was a clear shoe print on it. His mouth and nose were both bleeding. What Wuji body? It's just a so-so. Once I get serious, you will still end up being abused. Gu Fei's tone was extremely calm. It was as if it was natural that he could suppress Ji-fan. Wow. Chapter 2274. Roar. Ji-fan roared into the sky. His eyes were filled with madness. Yi Futyan was too hateful. He dared to step on Yi Futyan's face. This was definitely a great humiliation for him. Die. Ji-fan stomped on the ground. With a rumble, the entire ground was shattered by his stomp. He soared into the sky. His entire body was surrounded by Tao patterns. He was like a peerless Tao lord as he charged towards Gu Fei. Boom! The power of the purple cloud thunder bloomed. 9 purple cloud Tao patterns bloomed in Ji-fan's right palm. He directly activated the 9 purple cloud Tao patterns and turned them into a sea of thunder that enveloped Gu Fei. The terrifying divine path aura was vast and mighty. This purple cloud thunder represented destruction. Every Tao pattern seemed to be blooming with the light of heavenly punishment. You couldn't do it before, and you can't do it now. You're just struggling before your death. Gu Fei's voice was still calm. However, when Ji-fan heard it, he took it as contempt. If he didn't kill Yi Futyan, he would not rest. This was a situation where he would not rest until he was dead. Is that so? A cold and cruel smile appeared at the corner of Ji-fan's mouth. At this time, the endless purple cloud thunder had already swallowed Gu Fei. Boom! At this time, a lightning Tao pattern suddenly exploded. The power that erupted instantly increased by more than 10 times. The terrifying power of destruction sent Gu Fei flying. Good, you're ruthless enough. Gu Fei was sent flying by this sudden burst of power. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was injured. Even the powerful chaotic martial body was affected. Ji-fan was extremely shocked. He didn't hesitate to explode the original Tao pattern, but it was only to injure Gu Fei and not kill him. After all, it was the self-destruction of the original Tao pattern. Of course, this Tao pattern of the Purple Cloud Great Path was taken from the Purple Cloud Ancient Saint. It was not the 9 Tao patterns that he had cultivated. Even so, self-destruction of the Purple Cloud Great Path still hurt him greatly. The Great Path of thunder and lightning, which was like a punishment from the heavens, was not something that just anyone could cultivate. Self-detonating the Tao pattern was equivalent to destroying one's own Tao foundation. However, this Tao pattern was not cultivated by Ji-fan. Even if he self-destructed his Tao pattern, it wouldn't cause any harm to him. He would just lose a type of great Tao power. The ultimate body could merge all paths into one body. Even if he lost the great path of Purple Cloud Thunder, it would not harm Ji-fan's path foundation. Since he could obtain it, he could naturally give it up. Again, Gu Fei wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth, then stepped forward in the air once again, pressing towards Ji-fan. His powerful aura caused the air around him to tremble. The chaotic aura spread out for 30,000 miles. Gu Fei's battle intent was like a rainbow. His eyes were as bright as 2 divine suns, giving off an extremely powerful feeling. The saint-level creatures with weaker cultivations were all shaken, feeling a type of fear. It was as if they were facing an unmatched king within the saint level. No one dared to get too close to them. All of them retreated far away. The aura emanating from the two powerhouses was too powerful. How dare you? Ji-Fan was truly enraged. He directly pounced forward. Primordial Tao patterns circled around his body, each of them bursting with destructive waves. This guy is crazy. On the Divine Mountain, Ji Changkong couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. With so many Saint-tier primordial Tao patterns exploding, not to mention Gu Fei, even Ji-Fan himself would be killed. This is getting interesting. Gu Fei was not afraid. He directly stretched out his right hand and pressed forward. The powerful force caused the space in front of him to be annihilated. The 8 Tao patterns formed by the power of the purple cloud thunder that rushed towards him were immediately blocked. Boom! Almost at the same time, the 8 lightning-shaped Tao patterns exploded. These were the primordial Tao patterns cultivated by the purple cloud ancient saint. One Tao pattern had already exploded before. Now, 8 Tao patterns exploded at the same time. The power that erupted was several times more destructive than the previous one. Even a true saint-level king would have to retreat from such a power. However, Gu Fei was not afraid. He directly passed through the destructive light. 9 primordial Tao patterns appeared on his body. The power of the chaotic martial body was released. The powerful martial body forcibly withstood the destructive power that even a saint-level king would be shocked. This was the power produced by the self-detonation of the primordial Tao patterns. It was powerful enough to tear the space apart and destroy a part of the earth. Gu Fei suffered a great impact. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth again. Just when Ji-Fan thought that Gu Fei was going to be torn apart by the power of the primordial Tao patterns, a fist suddenly appeared in front of him. Bang! This fist fiercely hit the bridge of Ji-Fan's nose. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Ji-Fan's nose was directly broken. Ji-Fan screamed and was sent flying. Gu Fei's figure appeared where Ji-Fan originally stood. The owner of that fist was Gu Fei. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward and instantly caught up with Ji-Fan. Then, he stomped on Ji-Fan's chest. The destructive power under his foot was vast and mighty. Bang! Crack! Gu Fei's foot stomped on Ji-Fan's chest. Immediately, there was a sound of bones breaking inside Ji-Fan's body. His entire chest collapsed. Wah! Ji-Fan spat out blood and his broken internal organs. The primordial Tao patterns that surrounded his body could not stop Gu Fei's foot at all. Roar! Ji-Fan was furious. He directly shook the power of the great Tao and forced Gu Fei back. Using your body as a cauldron to refine the great Tao. Your physique might seem heaven-defying, but in my opinion, it's just Aoisel. Gu Fei stopped in the air, looked at Ji-Fan, and said calmly, "Uft." When Ji-Fan heard this, hot blood surged up his throat. He spat out another mouthful of blood. "Master, please leave this person to me." At this moment, on the God Mountain, Ji Changkong said to Gu Fei, "Very well." Gu Fei nodded. This Ji Changkong was not ordinary. If it was someone else, he would have asked Gu Fei to kill him already. You! Ji-Fan was shocked and angry. At the same time, he felt extremely sullen. These two people in front of him did not even take him seriously. You will regret this. Ji-Fan stared at Gu Fei, then glanced at Ji Changkong on the God Mountain. He gritted his teeth and said, "Scram." Gu Fei did not attack again. Since Ji Changkong said to leave this person to him, then so be it. To him, since he could defeat Ji-Fan now, he could defeat him again next time. Although the divine ability of the myriad Tao was terrifying, his chaotic martial body was not to be trifled with. Roar! Chapter 2275. The battle came to an end. This time, Gu Zhong, Shaoqing, and the others were not alarmed because they had already reached a critical juncture and were preparing for the heavenly tribulation. He Tian had already left. After becoming a saint, the memories of his soul had been awakened, and he wanted to find everything that belonged to him. Gu Fei returned to the God Mountain and continued to watch over the mountain peak. The following days passed very peacefully. No one dared to cause trouble there anymore. After all, Gu Fei's battle prowess that was on par with saint rulers had already stunned everyone. No one was willing to offend such an existence so easily. In the blink of an eye, half a year passed. Gu Fei sat on the boulder at the top of the God Mountain and rarely moved about. He was also preparing. He could sense that his saint ruler's heavenly tribulation would probably descend in the near future. The higher one's cultivation was, the more powerful and terrifying the heavenly tribulation would be. Of course, the saint ruler's heavenly tribulation was no ordinary heavenly tribulation. It was not a battle against the heavenly ways, but a battle against a sovereign. Saints had always stood above the heavenly ways, and although the saint ruler's heavenly tribulation was also called a heavenly tribulation, it was not as simple as it seemed. That pressure in the unseen world. On the boulder, chaotic chi revolved around Gu Fei's body. 9 chaotic patterns appeared on his body, drawing upon the power of the great path of chaos. He seemed to have fused with the great path of chaos, resonating with it. Is someone else undergoing the heavenly tribulation? Suddenly, Gu Fei sensed something and looked into the distance. His deep eyes seemed to be able to see through space and see the scenery hundreds of millions of kilometers away. In the past half a year, he had already sensed people drawing upon the pulses of the saint ruler's heavenly tribulation at least 10 times. However, he had never seen anyone truly become a saint. The saint ruler's heavenly tribulation was not that easy to overcome. Out of 10 people, not one had succeeded. Reality was just that cruel. Those who failed only had one outcome, and that was the destruction of their souls. Countless people from the various ancestral lands had entered the chaotic world. There was only one goal for entering the chaotic world, and that was to become a saint. The chaotic world was not a peaceful place. In the past 6 months, there had even been battles between sacred-level experts, and there were even more battles between those below the sacred level. Many heaven-defying geniuses had fallen in the primal chaos world. They could no longer leave. The survival of the fittest, the elimination of the fittest, this was the most basic rule in the cultivation world. Whoever had the harder fist was the boss. This was an unchanging truth. Gu Fei's figure disappeared from the boulder. Every time someone transcended a tribulation, he would definitely go and watch. Watching others transcend a tribulation actually allowed him to see a lot of things. Tribulation clouds covered the sky above a cold pond in the mountains. From time to time, dazzling bolts of lightning flashed from the tribulation clouds, illuminating the dark world in an instant. It's actually an old demon. Gu Fei arrived nearby. He climbed up a mountain and looked in the direction of the cold pond. Demonic aura soared into the sky, and a huge figure appeared indistinctly in the sky. It gave off a powerful saint-level power, and one could vaguely see Tao patterns surging on that figure. This was a black flood dragon. Its entire body was pitch black, and the scales on its body were shiny without any impurities. Roar! The black flood dragon roared, and the tribulation clouds in the sky were still pressing down. The terrifying destructive power was vast and mighty, and there was a terrifying scene of annihilation. The heavenly tribulation was activated, and the black flood dragon used all kinds of great techniques to resist it. However, in the face of the saint tribulation, such power was too weak. There was no suspense. Under the bombardment of the first round of heavenly tribulation, the black flood dragon was already half dead. The scales on its body were falling everywhere. The black flood dragon was extremely powerful, but unfortunately, it could not become a saint. After withstanding the first and second round of heavenly tribulation, it died under the third round of heavenly tribulation. Seeing that the black flood dragon had fallen, Gu Fei immediately retreated. And after Gu Fei left for a while, a powerful figure appeared. Although the things left behind by the black flood dragon were all destroyed in the heavenly tribulation, there were still many things that were left behind. The war was inevitable, and Gu Fei did not want to interfere in such a matter. In the end, all the things left behind by the black flood dragon were taken away. Many corpses were left in the area, and these were all human cultivators who were killed in the war. Gu Fei returned to the sacred mountain and personally oversaw it. Another half a year passed, and the entire chaotic world gradually became more and more chaotic. However, no matter how chaotic the outside of the sacred mountain was, it seemed to have nothing to do with Gu Fei. On this day, at the peak of the sacred mountain, Gu Fei, who was sitting on a boulder, suddenly opened his eyes, and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. At this moment, A powerful wave of energy that made even the heavens pale was emitted from a training ground on the sacred mountain. Heavenly tribulation, Gu Fei muttered to himself. In the next moment, he had already stood up from the boulder. He then disappeared from the boulder and appeared outside a training ground. I didn't expect it to be him, Gu Fei muttered to himself. Then, he stored the entire training ground into his internal world, then left the sacred mountain and entered the chaotic mountains. He needed to find a place for this person to undergo the heavenly tribulation. This place is not bad. After Gu Fei circled around the chaotic mountain, he stopped in a valley. Then, he released the cultivation ground that he had kept in his inner world. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Spiritual chi gathered from all directions and entered the training ground. Then, it was continuously devoured by a figure sitting in the training ground. Gu Fei left the valley. Very soon, dark clouds appeared above the valley. These were not ordinary dark clouds, but the legendary heavenly tribulation. Ji Changkong is indeed extraordinary. I didn't expect him to be faster than Gu Zhong, Xiao Qing, and the others. Gu Fei stood on a mountain outside the valley. His eyes flickered. Ji Changkong already had the right to break through to the sage realm 10,000 years ago. If he had not been plotted against back then, he would have become an undefeatable sage long ago. After he was plotted against, his Tao foundation was unstable. He needed to cultivate again and rebuild his Tao foundation. After 10,000 years, Ji Changkong was finally going to take that step again. This time, he had Gu Fei to protect him. He believed that no one would dare to attack him again. Ji Changkong was very astute. There was a reason why he made Gu Fei his master. It had to be known that triggering the heavenly tribulation of a sage in the primal chaos world would cause a huge commotion. It was impossible not to startle others. He did not have a protector. It was very dangerous for him to undergo the heavenly tribulation alone. Some ancient sages might attack him. Rumble. Chapter 2276. Ji Changkong underwent his tribulation. He recultivated his Xin technique and rebuilt his Tao foundation. He walked the same path as before and was reborn, attracting the sage heavenly tribulation. The techniques of the Ji clan were created by the ancestor of the Ji clan, the Supreme Ji clan. They were the inheritances left behind by the Supreme Ji clan. Ji Changkong cultivated the 9 revolution heaven art. If he cultivated it to great success, becoming a sage would not be a problem. 10,000 years ago, he already had the qualifications to become a sage. Of course, that person did not act personally. One must know that harming people was a great crime in the Ji clan. If people found out, they would be sentenced to death. That person would not take such a risk. However, some people in the Ji clan guessed the reason why Ji Changkong disappeared in the chaotic world. However, they had no evidence. Hence, that person became the clan leader. The people who supported Ji Changkong had no choice but to accept this reality. That's the fluctuation of the 9 revolution heaven art. Could it be that Ji Changkong is still alive? Some people from the Ji clan appeared nearby. This time, other than Ji Fan and the others, many people from the Ji clan entered the chaotic world. Even some ancient sages entered the chaotic world. The news of Ji Fan's defeat did not spread. Ji Fan himself would not say such a thing. It really is Changkong. He is still alive. Outside the area enveloped by the tribulation clouds of the sage, heavenly tribulation that Ji Changkong triggered, an old man with white hair and beard muttered to himself on a stone mountain. His voice trembled. This was an ancient sage. The aura of a sage lingered on his body. I didn't expect that person to still be alive. Someone muttered. Not everyone hoped that Ji Changkong was still alive. Not everyone wanted to see Ji Changkong become a sage. Some people could not sit still anymore. This guy is not very capable, but he has many enemies. High up in the sky, Gu Fei watched everything coldly. He could feel 2 killing intents targeting Ji Changkong. They were from 2 great success quasi-sages. Such existences could do whatever they wanted in the outside world. However, in the chaotic world, they were not enough. One must know that the main characters here were the ancient sages. At this moment, in the ancestral court of the Ji clan on the Myrtle Star. 13th, I didn't expect you to still be alive. How interesting. A young man who was sitting cross-legged on a boulder opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, 2 bolts of lightning flashed across the sky. The ancestral court of the Ji clan was a huge world. This was a divine land that the supreme of the Ji clan opened up. It was because of the existence of the Ji clan's ancestral court that the Ji clan had the confidence to unify the entire ancestral Myrtle Star. No one could breach the ancestral court of the Ji clan unless a paragon took action. However, after the great desolate world shattered, all the supremes disappeared. "We're slave. Go and take a look," the young man said calmly. Then, a figure walked out from the shadow behind the young man. Like a gust of wind, he instantly disappeared into the void. Just as the young man sent out the war slaves, Ji Changkong's sage heavenly tribulation started in the primal chaos world. The horrifying heavenly Tao energy turned into tribulation lightning and descended from the sky, blasting towards Ji Changkong. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled. Every single bolt of lightning tore the space apart. Wherever the lightning passed, a pitch-black spatial crack would be left behind. Chaotic energy seeped out from the crack. Roar. Under the heavenly tribulation, Ji Changkong roared furiously. The heavenly art of 9 revolutions displayed its might. The horrifying lightning was completely blocked by the divine light that shot out from Ji Changkong's body. The heavenly art of 9 revolutions was a paragon cultivation technique. 9 halos appeared on Ji Changkong's body. It was as if a peerless heavenly venerable had descended, giving off an inviolable feeling. "It really is Changkong, haha." The old man on the distant stone mountain laughed heartily. There were tears at the corners of his eyes. Just as Ji Changkong was using all his strength to resist the heavenly tribulation, a divine light suddenly shot out from the distant sky, piercing towards Ji Changkong. The powerful paragon energy directly broke through the tribulation clouds. That is, Gu Fei's eyes couldn't help narrowing when he saw the divine light. There was a sharp arrow wrapped in the divine light. It was a paragon arrow. It was covered in runes and emitted a powerful paragon energy. Someone in the distance knocked an arrow, wanting to shoot Ji Changkong. Roar. Just as Gu Fei was about to make a move, a furious roar resounded. Following that, a divine light shot out from afar, turning into a huge purple hand that grabbed the paragon arrow. It was a hand formed from the power of the primordial spirit. It was extremely fast and actually grabbed the paragon sword. "Who is it?" an old voice shouted. Following that, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a tall, white-haired old man with a paragon arrow in his hand. At this moment, the old man did not look old at all. His entire body was like a burning purple sun. A powerful paragon energy spread out in all directions. He looked in the direction of the paragon arrow, runes faintly appearing in his eyes. Everyone was incomparably shocked. No one expected an old man to jump out. Moreover, this old man was ridiculously powerful. He was actually an paragon saint. This old man actually came out of seclusion. Some people from the Ji clan were extremely shocked. They didn't expect this old man to appear here. Some people in the clan were already discussing that this old man might already be dead. This was because this old man had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Some people guessed that he had already died. But now, all these guesses were **t. Not only was the old man not dead, his cultivation was even stronger than before. This caused some people from the Ji clan to retreat. However, some people from the Ji clan were both surprised and happy. This old man finally came out of seclusion. The old man was incomparably domineering. His powerful paragon divine sense instantly locked onto the person who attacked Ji Changkong. Following that, he took a step forward and charged towards that person. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the person in the distance immediately used the void transference technique in an attempt to retreat. "Do you think you can escape?" the old man roared. The entire heaven and earth shook. 9 primordial runes rushed out from his body and directly sealed this part of the world. That person had already escaped into the void, but he was forcefully jolted out. Bzzz, that person saw that he couldn't escape anymore. He immediately drew his bow and pulled it open. Spiritual energy from the surroundings immediately crazily gathered towards the divine bow. The saint arrow on the divine bow emitted a dazzling divine light. Countless Tao runes emerged from the body of the arrow and intertwined with each other, condensing the power of a paragon saint. Arrow Sovereign, I didn't expect it to be you. The old man was enraged. He recognized this person. Although the G clan was the strongest force in the ancestral star, they weren't the only cultivation force in the entire ancestral star. Other than them, there were also a few other super forces in the ancestral star. Of course, these super forces couldn't be compared to the G clan at all. The Arrow Sovereign came from the Heavenly Deity Island. Legend has it that the Heavenly Deity Island was a Tao field of an ancient heavenly deity. After that ancient heavenly deity fell, the island became ownerless. It was unknown when a group of people had appeared on the Heavenly God Island. They then established the Heavenly God Island as a cultivation force. Swoosh. That person didn't say anything and directly shot an arrow at the old man. The Saint Arrow turned into a dazzling divine rainbow and soared for thousands of miles. It turned into a huge dragon and rushed towards the old man. Dragon God Bow, Flying Phoenix Arrow. The old man sneered and stretched out his hand to grab the dragon that was charging at him. His hand instantly covered half the sky and grabbed the dragon's neck. Boom. The old man exerted strength in his right hand, and the dragon's head exploded. The dragon's shadow dissipated into the void, and a broken arrow appeared in the old man's hand. Could it be? The Arrow Sovereign was shocked to see this scene. This person was too powerful. He actually broke his Saint Arrow. The Arrow Sovereign had a bad feeling about this. How dare you attack my grandson? When I return to the Z-Way Galaxy, I will definitely pay a visit to the Heavenly Deity Island. The old man stared at the Arrow Emperor as he spoke. Damn it. The Arrow Sovereign was regretful. He knew how powerful this person was. One should know that this old man was a terrifying god of death in the G clan. Now that he couldn't kill Ji Changkong, it would bring disaster to the Heavenly Deity Island. Thinking about the old man's methods, the Arrow Sovereign's forehead was covered in sweat. I will kill you first and then destroy your Heavenly Deity Island. The old man didn't want to talk nonsense with this person anymore. He directly attacked. 9 primordial Tao patterns turned into 9 Tao swords and pierced towards the Arrow Sovereign. The cold sword chi spread out, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly under the impact of the sword chi. Roar! The Arrow Sovereign roared in anger. He kept on drawing his bow and shot out 9 arrows. The 9 arrow lights clashed with the 9 sword lights, causing 9 loud explosions. The Tao patterns were collapsing. This was the confrontation of the great Tao. Just as the Arrow Sovereign shot out the 9 arrows, the old man's figure had already rushed forward. He flashed past and chopped down with his right hand. Swish! The Arrow Sovereign's head was cut off. The old man's speed was extremely fast. Even Gu Fei's heart jumped when he saw this. The old man's explosive speed was too shocking. Although the Arrow Sovereign was also a saint, he was nothing in front of the old man. The Arrow Sovereign was dead. A saint had fallen. The old man's great Tao destroyed all the vitality in the Arrow Sovereign's body. Even his primordial spirit couldn't escape. Seeing this, some people who wanted to attack Ji Changkong didn't dare to act rashly. One had to say that the Arrow Sovereign's death was very unjust. He stood on the Ji clan's head side. Naturally, he wanted to kill Ji Changkong and get rid of this trouble for the Ji clan's head. However, his action of trying to please the Ji clan's head had brought disaster to him and the Heavenly Deity Island. Chapter 2277. The old man was extremely domineering, directly killing Heavenly Deity Island's Arrow Emperor. This was a saint, yet he killed him just like that. This left everyone incomparably shocked. The Heavenly God Island was far weaker than the Ji clan. In the entire Heavenly God Island, only the Arrow Emperor was a saint. If the Arrow Emperor died, the Heavenly God Island would lose its power. Even if the old man hadn't taken action, Heavenly Island would have been annihilated by the other superpowers. Ji Changkong was the grandson of this old man. Although Ji Changkong did not have a heaven-defying constitution, his cultivation talent was not bad. In the old man's line of descent, there were not many people. Furthermore, Ji Changkong's parents had died early. It could be said that Ji Changkong was the old man's favorite. Back then, when Ji Changkong was trapped in the Chaos World, The old man had almost poked a hole in the Ji clan's ancestral court. He had no evidence, so he had endured. And now, there was actually someone who dared to attack Ji Changkong in front of him. This was equivalent to touching his reverse scale, causing him to be extremely furious. After that, the Arrow Emperor died. Rumble. At this moment, Ji Changkong's sage heavenly tribulation was wreaking havoc. The destructive power engulfed everything. The 9 Tao patterns that rushed out from Ji Changkong's body turned into 9 layers of divine light that enveloped him. Ji Changkong's method of heavenly tribulation was very different from Gu Fei's. Gu Fei clashed head-on with the heavenly tribulation the moment he appeared, while Ji Changkong adopted a defensive stance. Everyone was shocked when they saw this. This was especially so for that old man. He was incomparably excited. One must know that Ji Changkong was his grandson. At this moment, anyone who dared to attack Ji Changkong would be mercilessly killed by him. Those who were on the Ji clan side didn't dare to act rashly. The Arrow Emperor of the Heavenly Deity Island was a good example. No one was willing to die. Just as these people could only watch as Ji Changkong underwent his tribulation, a powerful figure appeared in the horizon. An extremely powerful destructive energy surged over. The old man couldn't help but be moved when he sensed this power. War Slave has arrived. Some of the Ji clan's experts were surprised and happy. This was the family head's trump card. Very few people knew that the Ji clan family head actually had an incomparably powerful war slave. That terrifying figure walked towards Ji Changkong step by step. Who dares to send out such a killing tool? The old man's eyes shone brilliantly, and a powerful aura of sainthood spread from his body. This kind of war slave only obeyed his master. This was a special kind of life form. It was an extremely powerful killing tool that was refined by a supreme divine ability. Even a saint would have to retreat if they encountered this kind of monster. It was a tall, middle-aged man dressed in black. He was like the Grim Reaper from hell, giving off a cold and merciless feeling. What is this? Gu Fei couldn't help feeling curious. This middle-aged man was incredibly powerful, but his eyes were lifeless. It was like he had lost his soul. He was like a walking corpse. This kind of life form was very strange, causing Gu Fei to be very surprised. He could sense that this middle-aged man's Tao energy did not disappear, and the 9 primordial Tao patterns still existed. Who refined this kind of thing? How did he do it? Gu Fei really wanted to know. Rumble. Just at this moment, the battle slave had already arrived nearby. Then, he punched out, breaking through the layers of tribulation clouds and charging at Ji Changkong. How dare you? The old man roared. He was like an ancient wild beast as he pounced over. Kill. The old man waved his right hand, and 9 rays of purple sword light shot out from his hand, piercing towards the war slave. Every ray of sword light tore through the air. However, the war slave was very strong. He ignored the 9 sword lights that pierced through him and continued to charge towards Ji Changkong. 9 rays of purple sword light instantly pierced through the war slave's body and came out from his back. However, the war slave did not seem to feel anything at all. He allowed the sword light of the great path to leave 9 bloody holes in his body. This time, the old man was really moved. This was the sword light of the great Tao. It contained a strong power of the great Tao. If he was hit by these 9 rays of sword light, even a saint's soul would be destroyed and he would die. The war slave did not stop. It was as if the sword light of the great Tao did not hurt him at all. The 9 wounds on his body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. As long as the war slave is alive, this old man is dead, a confidant of the Ji clan leader muttered. The war slave's target was not the old man, but Ji Changkong. The war slave was already less than 100 zhang away from Ji Changkong. Damn it! The old man panicked. He attacked with all his might, and his teleportation speed was raised to the limit. A purple hand with terrifying destructive power slammed towards the war slave. However, it was too late. The war slave had already broken through the 3 layers of divine light, and his hand reached towards Ji Changkong. Although Ji Changkong was fighting against the heaven's wrath, he was still paying attention to his surroundings. He knew that Gu Fei would not let him die in the hands of this monster. Indeed, Just as the battle slave broke through 8 of Ji Changkong's 9 layers of godly light, a hand suddenly reached out from the side and grabbed the battle slave's right hand. In the next moment, the war slave flew up involuntarily. He was flung 10,000 zhang away by that person. The purple hand that the old man created stopped in the air. Someone actually saved his grandson. He could not help but be surprised and happy. Who are you? The purple hand stopped in the air. The old man was very cautious as he stared at Gu Fei. Hee, I am not your enemy. Gu Fei smiled. If you are not an enemy, then you are a friend. You are my grandson's friend. The old man sized up Gu Fei and said. He could already tell that this young man was a powerful sage. He could feel a strong pressure from this young man. His intuition told him that this young man's cultivation was definitely not lower than his. To be more accurate, I am his master, Gu Fei said. He still had a smile on his face. What? When the old man heard this, his snow-white eyebrows immediately rose. His eyes revealed a sharp gaze as he stared at Gu Fei. The old man was about to say something, but at this moment, the war slave that Gu Fei had flung away walked over. The war slave's battle prowess made people's hearts palpitate. Even the power of the Great Path could not destroy it. This was a super monster that could not be killed. The old man could not think of a way to destroy this monster. Let me do it. Chapter 2278. The battle slave was indestructible and powerful enough to make even saints shudder. Even the old man of the Ji clan found it hard to make a move. At that moment, Gu Fei walked forward. This is the strongest killing tool on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. Do not be careless. The old man of the Ji clan reminded him. The battle slave had a fearsome reputation on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. It was a killing tool refined by a peerless figure on the divine path. Once it appeared, blood would flow like a river. However, after the destruction of the primitive world, this terrifying killing tool had disappeared. However, on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle, if there was still a battle slave left, it would definitely be the Ji clan. Could it be him? The old man's eyes flashed with purple light. Deep in his eyes, there were runes interweaving. He had guessed something, but he was not sure. If it was really as he had guessed, then this would be an earth-shattering event that could shake the foundation of the Ji clan. That was because that person had developed too many connections over the past 10,000 years. Even someone as powerful as the old master couldn't help but have some misgivings. Even though the old man was an old man of the Ji clan, he was not sure that the battle slave still existed. In the Ji clan, there were some things that only the clan leader knew. Even if the previous clan leader abdicated, these secrets could only rot in their stomachs and be buried in their coffins. They could not be told. This was the rule of the Ji clan. Even the clan leader had to follow it. The Ji clan had existed since the ancient era and had always controlled the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. There was a reason for this. It was not luck either. Something from the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. Gu Fei stopped the battle slave. At this moment, the war slave's lifeless eyes actually surged with vigor. It was as if this cold-blooded god of death had regained consciousness in an instant. Interesting. Could this humanoid thing be a cauldron? Gu Fei noticed that the war slave's body suddenly had an additional life aura. It was as if a war soul that had been slumbering within the war slave had awakened. You dare to stop me from killing Ji Changkong? You are seeking death. The war slave spoke. An extremely horrifying aura spread out from the war slave's body, causing even the heavens to pale in comparison. It was truly hard to imagine just how many lives this monster had to kill to gather such a terrifying, baleful aura. Around the war slave, faint and illusory figures appeared. This was the manifestation of the resentment of the powerful creatures killed by the war slave. Humph, you're just a strand of divine sense. Yet you dare to be so impudent in front of me. Gu Fei snorted coldly. His eyes were intertwining with primal chaos Tao patterns. The martial Tao, heavenly, I could see through all illusions in the world and point straight to the source. Who exactly are you? Hiding your head and showing your tail, do you not dare to show your true self? The old man stared at the war slave as he spoke. As an elder of the Ji clan, the old man had more or less heard about the war slave. Some people guessed that the war slave was a soulless, indestructible battle body created by an unparalleled character in the divine Tao. However, the owner of the war slave could bestow a soul to this battle body. The method was very simple. All he had to do was to send a strand of divine sense into this invincible battle body. Let's cut the crap. You two, come over and die. The war slave glanced at Gu Fei and the old man coldly and said, "That's what I wanted to say, but you said it first." Gu Fei looked at the war slave in front of him. Suddenly, an idea popped up in his mind, but he didn't know if it would work. Kill. The baleful aura on the war slave's body increased explosively. After that, he disappeared from where he stood. The instant the war slave disappeared, Gu Fei's pupils constricted. Then, without thinking, he punched upwards. Bang! Gu Fei's right fist collided with a sharp claw that appeared out of nowhere above his head, blocking the other party's silent claw. If this was a normal saint, his head would have been ripped apart by the claw and his Niwen palace would have been destroyed. The Niwen palace was where one's soul resided. Even for a saint, the Niwen palace was a very important part of their body. If the Niwen palace was destroyed, not only would their physical body be affected, even their soul would be affected. What a fast movement! Gu Fei was shocked. His opponent's speed didn't seem to be any slower than his. A strong fist energy exploded, and the war slave was sent flying high into the sky by Gu Fei's fist. This was a humanoid-killing monster. The person who entered this battle body wouldn't feel any pain at all. It was like he was using a killing machine. Whoosh! Gu Fei soared into the sky and attacked the war slave. At this moment, the person who entered the war slave was extremely shocked. Who is this guy? He can actually send the war slave flying with one punch. One must know that this is the strongest killing machine in the Myrtle ancestral star. This person's physical body can actually fight against the war slave. This is unbelievable. The old man was incomparably shocked. Just as the old man was shocked, the sound of the great Tao came from where Ji Changkong was. It was like a supreme Tao ancestor was chanting scriptures. Grandson Changkong. The old man's attention was immediately attracted. He was extremely excited. This was a phenomenon that would only happen when the primordial 9 Tao marks were formed. It resonated with the heavenly Tao and imprinted its own Tao on the heavenly Tao. I'm about to succeed, the old man muttered to himself. This was the most crucial moment. If he was disturbed, Ji Changkong might fail at the last step and die. However, with the old man protecting Ji Changkong, no one dared to make a move. Even the experts on that person's side were very afraid of the old man. Right now, the only threat was the war slave. At this moment, Gu Fei and the war slave started fighting. The two figures moved rapidly in the sky. They were so fast that ordinary ancient saints could only catch a glimpse of their afterimages. Bang! Gu Fei dodged the war slave's palm and punched the war slave. His fist directly penetrated the war slave's abdomen and came out from its back. The war slave's body was penetrated by Gu Fei's fist. There was no scene of flesh and blood splattering. Although Gu Fei's fist penetrated the war slave's body, not a single drop of blood flowed out. Gu Fei was taken aback. This killing tool was not ordinary, and it could not be considered as a real life in the truest sense. At this moment, the war slave's right knee had already smashed towards Gu Fei's chest. Although the war slave's body was penetrated, the war slave did not seem to feel anything. Gu Fei wanted to retreat. However, at this moment, the war slave's right hand had already grabbed onto Gu Fei's shoulder. Roar! In his anger, Gu Fei roared. 9 primal chaos Tao runes appeared on his body. An extremely powerful force burst out from his body. The void trembled and the war slave was sent flying. Liang San's new post. A valiant youth in a small mountain village. For the survival of his clansmen, he stepped on the path of an expert. He condensed the great desolate runes, fought desolate beasts, exterminated desolate spirits, and even dared to pull the desolate god down from the deity platform. The valiant youth's words, if they are enemies, then step on them. If they are brothers, then sacrifice themselves. If they are beauties, then take them all. Chapter 2279. Gu Fei unleashed his chaotic divine energy and blasted the battle slave away. What? The mysterious person who possessed the battle slave was shocked to the extreme. How is this person so powerful that he can blast the battle slave away? Even the divine sense he sent into the battle slave's body was nearly shattered. Heaven-covering palm. Gu Fei yelled and waved his right hand forward. Powerful chaotic energy instantly condensed into a chaotic palm that enveloped the entire heaven and earth, trapping the battle slave below. Seeing Gu Fei execute the heaven-covering palm, the old man suddenly became extremely excited. Two rays of resplendent purple light shot out from his eyes. This young man is actually that legendary person's descendant. A peerlessly powerful force spread out from the chaos palm. In the palm of the chaos palm, there were 9 chaos Tao patterns intertwining. Bang! The huge hand pressed down and directly smashed the war slave high up in the sky. Everyone was dumbfounded, especially those from the crepe myrtle ancestral star. That was the strongest killing tool of the crepe myrtle ancestral star. Yet, it was smashed into pieces just like that. This was simply unbelievable. It was like a dream. Although those who came from other ancestral planets did not know the details of the war slave, Gu Fei's strength had shocked them. He had killed an existence comparable to a saint with a single palm strike. After the chaotic palm smashed the battle slave, it turned into chaotic energy and entered Gu Fei's body. The battle slave won't be destroyed so easily, the old man muttered to himself. As expected, the shattered battle slave's flesh and blood trembled. Then, they quickly gathered together and a figure covered in murderous aura appeared. This battle physique actually possesses immortal divinity. The chaotic divine light in Gu Fei's eyes flickered. He was very shocked. You are very strong. Why are you hanging out with that Ji Chongkong? Why don't you follow me? The battle slave reformed his battle physique and the murderous aura on his body became even heavier. Follow you? Haha, Gu Fei couldn't help laughing. Who was he? How could he follow someone else? Even if the martial ancestor was standing in front of him, he wouldn't agree. What's so funny? It's your honor to follow me. Battle slave stared at Gu Fei and said in a deep voice, I am invincible. I don't need to follow anyone, not even a supreme being. Gu Fei said in an imposing manner. A powerful aura gushed out from his body, causing everyone's hearts to tremble. This was a kind of invincible confidence, causing everyone to be moved. You, the mysterious person who had taken control of the war slave, was similarly moved. Such a person would never lower his head to anyone. Wanting to subdue such a person was simply like a dream. He's really the successor of the martial progenitor. The old man muttered to himself. Even on the Myrtle ancestral star, there were legends about the martial ancestor. The legendary heaven-covering hand. So you're the successor of the martial ancestor. What a pity. The war slave coldly stared at Gu Fei as if he was looking at a dead man. As the master, no one knew better than him how powerful the war slave was. This was a true, indestructible battle physique, containing an immortal divinity. Even if the battle physique was destroyed, it could still be reformed, and its combat strength wouldn't weaken. Simply put, the war slave couldn't be killed. What's there to pity? I want this battle physique. Gu Fei's eyes lit up. This was a battle physique with an immortal divinity. Such a battle physique was extremely powerful. Even ordinary saints wouldn't be a match for it. Even the old man, who was an expert in the Saint Tao, had a feeling of helplessness when facing this war slave. You actually want my battle physique? What a joke. You should worry about your life first. The war slave burst into laughter, as if he had heard the funniest thing in the world. However, just as the war slave was laughing, a fist had already arrived in front of the war slave. It looked like an ordinary fist without any energy ripples. Bam! The war slave was directly sent flying. Come at me. Let's see how you're going to steal my battle physique. The war slave was still laughing. Is that so? Just then, Gu Fei suddenly laughed as well. Then, a purple godly pattern appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. A beam of light shot out from the godly pattern and tunneled into the war slave's forehead. What? How is this possible? Roar. The war slave was extremely terrified and began to howl. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path. How dare you plot against me? The war slave's voice changed. He was afraid. This was one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Godly Snatch secret technique. Only a secret technique like this could break through the Tao patterns on the war slave's body. On this battle physique, there was an immortal divinity. It was branded with the seal of the Saint Tao who created this battle physique. Not just anyone could take control of this battle physique. The reason why the mysterious person was able to take control of this battle physique was because he had obtained the inheritance of the Saint Tao. However, the mysterious person was able to take control of this battle physique without obtaining the inheritance of the Saint Tao. Only one of the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path, the Godly Snatch secret technique, could achieve such a feat. The ancestral star of crepe myrtle also had the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. Of course, the inheritance of the Tao ancestor had long fallen into decline on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. It was not as prosperous as it was on the soaring dragon ancestral star. The footprints of the Supremes could be found all over the human realm. Countless legends of the Supremes were left behind in the ancestral grounds of all living beings. What's going on? Isn't this person the successor of the martial ancestor? Why does he know the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path? At this moment, even the old man was dumbfounded. This was beyond his understanding. In truth, not many people knew that the 9 secrets of the Immortal Path were not something that only cultivators of the Immortal Path could cultivate. Even those who were not cultivators of the Immortal Path could cultivate the 9 secret techniques. At that moment, Gu Fei let out a loud cry. Another beam of purple light shot out from his forehead. It was the power of the Great Path that had transformed into the power of the Great Path. The power of the Great Path condensed into a divine sword of the Great Path that slashed at the war slave. Whoosh! The speed of the divine sword of the Great Path was unbelievably fast. It cut through the war slave's body without harming the war slave at all. Like a phantom, it passed through the war slave's body. The war slave's movements froze the moment the Yuan spirit sword of the Great Path pierced through his body. His entire body seemed to have stiffened. The wisp of the mysterious person's will that had entered the war slave's body was destroyed by the Yuan spirit sword of the Great Path. When the Yuan spirit sword of the Great Path destroyed the mysterious person's will, far away on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle, in the ancestral court of the Ji clan, a middle-aged man sitting on a boulder suddenly opened his eyes. Who is it? Who dares to steal my war slave? The middle-aged man stood up from the ground. At that moment, a drop of blood emerged from the center of his forehead. The drop of blood flowed down from his forehead. Chapter 2280. The war slave was indestructible and contained immortal divinity. Gu Fei's godly snatching secret technique and Yuan's spirit sword secret technique were attacks that targeted the soul and divine will, so they did not harm the war slave. Gu Fei successfully used the Yuan spirit sword secret technique to destroy the divine will that had entered the war slave, and then used his own divine will to take control of the war slave. When the old man from the Ji clan saw this scene, his eyeballs almost popped out. This was too unbelievable. He had never heard of a war slave being taken away by someone. It should be known that this was the strongest killing tool on the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. This war slave is not bad. Gu Fei could not help but nod. After his divine will entered the war slave, he could instantly sense every detail of the war slave. This war slave was simply a humanoid body formed from Tao patterns. The inside of the war slave was densely marked with countless Tao patterns. The Tao patterns intertwined and condensed an indestructible power of the Great Path. The origin of immortality. Gu Fei was shocked to find that in the depths of the endless Tao patterns, there was a ball of divine source that emitted immortal divinity. Within the divine source, there was an aura that made even Gu Fei's heart palpitate. Gu Fei was surprised and overjoyed. The value of this war slave was just too great. There was actually an immortal divine source inside of it. The master of the war slave was probably going to vomit blood. That was the origin of immortality. If he refined this divine source, he would have an indestructible body. However, It was not an easy task to obtain this origin of immortality. Otherwise, the master of the war slave would have already taken the divine source. The divine source was surrounded by endless Tao patterns. Even a powerful saint would find it difficult to break through the layers of Tao patterns and take the divine source. At this time, even Gu Fei would find it difficult to break through the endless Tao patterns and take the divine source. He needed to prepare well. Congratulations on obtaining an indestructible battle body, fellow Taoist, the old man of Ji Clan said enviously. In the ancestral star, the war slave was an invincible and indestructible existence. Perhaps only a supremacy could completely destroy this killing tool. An indestructible war slave was enough to dominate the entire ancestral star. Haha, old man, why do I feel like there's something wrong with the way I look at you? Gu Fei said with a smile. He could see that the old man was extremely envious of this battle physique. If it wasn't for the fact that his cultivation wasn't any weaker than the old man's, the old man would have already snatched it. Roar. Just as the old man was feeling embarrassed, roar suddenly rang out in the distance. The voice shook the heavens and the earth, and an extremely powerful aura of the divine path erupted. 9 beams of divine light shot up into the sky. 9 divine patterns of the great path appeared high up in the sky, exuding the most powerful ripples of the divine path. At this moment, apart from the ancient saints, all living beings felt their souls tremble. They involuntarily knelt on the ground and kowtowed to the 9 primordial patterns in the sky. Success. The old man's voice trembled. Another saint had appeared in his bloodline. This was the second saint to appear after him. My son, it's a pity that you didn't have the chance to see all this. The old man let out a long sigh, his eyes glistening with tears. Ji Changkong's parents died early. Ji Changkong grew up under the care of the old man. Among the major bloodlines of the Ji clan, only Ji Changkong's bloodline didn't have many people. However, because of the old man's existence, no one dared to look down on this bloodline. One should know that the old man was one of the most powerful existences in the Ji clan. Rumble, the heavens and earth shook. Endless chaotic chi was dispersed. The 9 primordial patterns shot up into the sky and imprinted themselves on the heavenly path. In the end, they even pushed the heavenly path open and shot up into the sky, emitting endless divine light. This scene shocked everyone to the extreme, especially those who had ambitions to walk the holy road. Their minds were even more shaken. This was the saints' heavenly tribulation. The saints' heavenly tribulation actually wanted to break through the restraints of the heavens and earth, even stepping on the heavenly path. No wonder saints were the strongest existences in the world. Every move they made had the power to destroy heaven and earth. One should know that even the heavenly path trembled under the feet of saints. I've finally become a saint. Just you wait, Empress Ji. I'll take back what I've lost with my own hands. Ji Changkong's voice rang out in the sky. It was like the voice of the heavenly path, spreading far and wide. All the living beings who heard it couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Someone actually dares to challenge Empress Ji. Some of the experts from the ancestral star of crepe myrtle, who had entered the chaotic world, couldn't help but be shocked. One should know that Empress Ji was an invincible existence in the ancestral star of crepe myrtle. How many years has it been? Is someone finally going to challenge Empress Ji's ruling position? An ancient saint muttered. At this moment, the 9 primordial patterns in the sky started to dissipate. The saintly aura started to retract. Very soon, a figure walked down from the sky. Greetings, Master, Grandfather. Ji Changkong first bowed to Gu Fei, then looked at the old man with incomparable excitement. Although he had already become a saint, he didn't dare to be impudent in front of Gu Fei. He still treated Gu Fei as his master. Very good. You're not bad. This is your grandfather. Who would have thought? Gu Fei looked at Ji Changkong, then at the old man. This old man's temperament was like a raging fire. His temperament was completely different from Ji Changkong's gentle appearance. You actually really became this brat's subordinate. When the old man heard Ji Changkong's words, his snow-white hair immediately stood on end. His eyes flickered as he stared at Ji Changkong, almost wanting to slap him. You good for nothing. The old man's beard trembled. You two, grandfather and grandson, can catch up first. After saying that, Gu Fei took a step forward and disappeared into the void. He didn't want to clash with this old man and make things difficult for Ji Changkong. You stinking brat. After seeing Gu Fei leave, the old man couldn't bear it anymore. He pointed at Ji Changkong and cursed. How embarrassing. His own grandson actually had to serve someone else as his master and slave. This made him explode with anger. One must know that the Ji clan was incomparably prosperous on the ancestral star. They had created an unprecedented glory for other ancestral stars. The people of the Ji clan had the bloodline of a supreme being. How could they be someone else's slave? However, Gu Fei didn't care about the grandfather and grandson. He directly returned to the divine mountain. The news of Ji Changkong becoming a saint spread very quickly. Some of the ancient saints from the ancestral star were incomparably shocked when they heard this news. They were not unfamiliar with the name Ji Changkong. He's actually still alive. This time, the Ji clan will have a good show to watch. Chapter 2281. The Ji clan was not as united as it seemed on the surface. After all, it was impossible for there to be no conflicts among the people in such a huge organization. 10,000 years ago, Ji Changkong was lost in the chaotic world, causing a huge commotion in the clan. The situation almost went out of control. Now, Ji Changkong even said that he wanted to settle the score with Emperor Ji. Some ancient saints could already smell blood. The ancestral planet of Ziwei was destined to not be peaceful anymore. What? That person became a saint? A furious roar rang out from a valley in the chaotic world. A black-robed young man had smashed a rock, weighing hundreds of thousands of kilograms, into pieces. Young master, I think we should return to Ziwei first. An azure-robed old man appeared behind the black-robed young man. What did you say? Do you think I'm afraid of that cripple? Ji Fan glared at the azure-robed old man. It was already very humiliating for him to lose to that person called Gu Fei. Now, he actually wanted him to run back to Ziwei with his tail between his legs? Who was Ji Fan? He was the most outstanding genius of the Ji clan in the past 5,000 years. He was born with the Wuji body and was destined to be a supreme being. In this world, there was no one that could make him afraid. Even that Gu Fei wasn't qualified to make him afraid. Young master, master has already given the order. We can't disobey. The azure-robed old man sighed. He was very clear about Ji Fan's personality. He was very arrogant and thought very highly of himself. He would suffer a great loss sooner or later. Ji Fan had already received a small lesson before, but this lesson didn't make him see his true nature. Instead, he was unwilling to accept it. Father is really troublesome, Ji Fan said angrily. Emperor Ji was the current clan leader of the Ji clan. His orders couldn't be disobeyed. Moreover, as Emperor Ji's son, Ji Fan couldn't disobey his orders. If he didn't listen to Emperor Ji's orders, Emperor Ji's prestige would suffer and others would also be able to disobey his orders. Damn it! Ji Fan was very clear about the situation he was facing. Since Emperor Ji had already given the order, he could only return to Ziwei. He couldn't find Gu Fei to settle the score. After that, Ji Fan left the Chaos World. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed since Ji Changkong became a martial sage. This time, the primal Chaos World had been open for a very long time, far longer than any of the previous times. For all the human cultivators, the longer the Chaos World remained open, the more advantageous it would be for them. That way, there would be more people who could undergo the heavenly tribulation and become saints. However, there were very few people who successfully underwent the heavenly tribulation of a sage. In fact, they were pitifully few. Aside from Li Lingfeng and Ji Changkong, only 1 or 2 people had succeeded in the past 10 years. Countless people had fallen in this chaotic world. Too many people had died, but there were still people who continued to advance. The temptation of becoming a saint was too great. During these 10 years, Shaoqing, Guzhong, Iron Blood Taoist, Red Dragon, and the others had almost finished their preparations. It was time for them to face their tribulations. After 10 years of preparation, Little Qing's cultivation had reached the great perfection of the sage-to-be realm. With the help of Gu Fei, Gu Zhong's cultivation had also advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the point where he was about to break through to the sage to be level. As for the Iron Blood Taoist, he had already reached the great perfection quasi-sage realm. He had delayed his tribulation because he felt that it was not enough. Now was the time. Red Dragon had cultivated for tens of thousands of years and had a deep foundation. After cultivating with Shaoqing and receiving pointers from Shaoqing, it was time for him to soar. As for Yao Yu, Zhongli Meng, and the others, their cultivation was not high enough. They could not take the risk to forcefully undergo the heavenly tribulation of a sage. One must know that even Gu Fei could not help them much during the real heavenly tribulation. Among the 12 great bandits, only Zhuge Liang's cultivation had reached the great perfection quasi-sage realm. However, he knew that he could not survive the heavenly tribulation of a sage. Just as Gu Fei was looking for a place for everyone to undergo the heavenly tribulation, someone was attracting the heavenly tribulation of a sage in the depths of the chaotic sea. Virum. An ancient cauldron was floating in the air above a certain part of the chaotic god sea. It was emitting an extremely powerful sage wave. Around the ancient cauldron, 18 illusory figures were faintly discernible. These were 18 illusory figures that looked like souls. They were very peculiar, but they were different from souls. This was because these 18 illusory figures would sometimes show their true physical bodies. Rumble. Tribulation clouds came crashing down from the sky. The terrifying power of the heavens' tribulation was being released. Lightning bolts pierced through the heaven and earth, lighting up the dark heaven and earth continuously. A deity in white sat cross-legged on the ancient cauldron. She was calmly facing the power of the great Tao of the heaven and earth that all living beings in the heaven and earth feared to death. Demon woman, you want to undergo the heavenly tribulation? Dream on. Just as the heavens' tribulation was about to be activated, a figure appeared in the sky above the chaotic sea. An extremely powerful aura was emitted from this person. Humph! The deity in white merely snorted coldly, as though she did not care about this person at all. How dare you ignore the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground? A chilling, murderous aura erupted from the man's body. Buzz. A sword chime was heard. A sword light rushed out from that person's body. Within the sword light was a holy sword. On the holy sword, there were countless Tao patterns faintly visible, intertwining with the power of the great Tao. Eastern Emperor Xian, how dare you stop the deity from undergoing the heavenly tribulation? You are courting death. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. At this moment, a voice was heard. After that, a middle-aged man in black walked over from afar, holding an iron spear that was dripping with blood. Southern border Sha Di. When the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground saw that person, he could not help but be shocked. This person seemed to be in love with the demoness and had been pursuing her. How troublesome. Everyone in the heaven realm did not know about the southern border Sha Di. He had gained his fame through killing. The iron spear in Sha Di's hand was even stained with the blood of the saint. The blood on the tip of the spear was still flowing. You love-struck fool. This demoness will not even look at you. Why are you asking for trouble? The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground said, What did you say? When the southern border Sha Di heard this, he immediately raised his eyebrows. The iron spear in his hand that was dripping with blood pointed at the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground. It seemed like he would fight to the death if there was any disagreement. I said that you are a love-struck fool. So what? If it were not for you, I would have killed this demoness long ago. The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground seemed to have had enough and said loudly, You are courting death. The southern border Sha Di took a step forward. The iron spear that was dripping with blood directly pierced towards the Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground. A powerful killing intent swept forward like a storm. Kill! The Emperor Xian of the Eastern Ground roared angrily. He became one with his sword and turned into a peerless heavenly sword. The dazzling sword light lit up the sky. It was as if the sword was going to split the world in half. Chapter 2282. Eastern Emperor Xiangu was the venerable emperor of the eastern region of the heaven realm. He used a divine sword to destroy the Shiming sect, which was also a major power in the eastern region of the Heaven Realm, and unified the eastern region. If the Golden Spirit Ape clan hadn't appeared, the eastern region of the Heaven Realm would have been his. Eastern Emperor Xian Gu and Gu Fei had a great feud. His son, Purple Emperor Yuenga, was killed by Gu Fei. Therefore, this demoness, who was related to Gu Fei, had to die. He wasn't a sage, but he was very arrogant. He didn't even care about the heavenly tribulation of a sage. However, he had the strength to do so. After all, he had mastered 2 of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. Buzz. Eastern Emperor Xian Gu attacked with all his might. The powerful sword light soared for thousands of miles, as if it could split the world in half. It was extremely terrifying. This was a power infinitely close to the sage level. Over the years, ancient Emperor Xian had become even stronger. His cultivation had reached the peak below the sage level. In fact, ancient Emperor Xian had long been qualified to break through to the sage level. However, he didn't do so because he wanted to succeed in one fell swoop. After countless years of accumulation, it was finally time to explode today. The southern border Sha Di and the southern mountain god emperor were the 2 venerable emperors of the southern region of the Heaven Realm. They ruled over a region. When it came to the venerable emperors with the strongest murderous nature, no one in the entire Heaven Realm could compare to Sha Di. Sha Di was a ruthless person who had entered the Tao through killing. He had once killed all the experts of a superpower that had offended him. This was the Slayer Emperor. Once he was enraged, he slaughtered everything in his path. The killing intent on his body was so intense that it caused all living things to tremble. Kill. Sha Di was extremely powerful. He held the blood-dripping spear in his hand and rushed towards ancient Emperor Xian. The entire world trembled with every step he took. It was as if he was treading on the great Tao of heaven and earth. The essence of the world gathered around Sha Di. Even the power of the heavenly tribulation was drawn over. Clang. The Sha Di's iron spear collided with the frightening sword light, producing a metallic sound that could penetrate the eardrums of a great perfection sage-to-be. The 2 figures quickly separated. In this exchange, neither of them gained any advantage. Are you looking down on me by not using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao? Sha Di stared at immortal Emperor Yuan Gu and said coldly. The murderous aura on his body intensified. Even the naked eye could vaguely see that there was a blood-red ocean around him. In the ocean, there were countless white bones floating. I don't need the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to deal with you. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's tone was equally cold. In the Heaven Realm, it was not a secret that the Eastern Emperor Xian had mastered 2 of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. In the past, someone had forced the primordial Emperor Xian to use those 2 secret techniques. It's none of your business. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Haha, I already said that you're a love-struck fool. The others don't need your help, but you jumped out yourself. What's going on? You think too highly of yourself? Yuan Gu, the Eastern Emperor Xian, said with a smile. Humph. Sha Di sneered and did not say anything else. However, he still locked his eyes on the Eastern Emperor Xian. As soon as the Eastern Emperor Xian revealed any flaws, he would immediately deal a fatal blow. Of course, the Eastern Emperor Xian did not dare to look down on the Sha Di of the southern border. One should know that the Sha Di's murderous nature was too strong. Not many people who went against him could survive. Buzz. At this moment, under the heavenly tribulation, the ancient cauldron vibrated. The white-robed fairy who was sitting cross-legged on the ancient cauldron had already stood up. She had an ethereal aura, as though she could fly up to the 9 heavens at any time and become a supreme female. Although they were both from the immortal Tao, the white-robed fairy's path was different from the Eastern Emperor Xian's. Yuan Gu, you scoundrel, come at me if you want to kill me. Sha Di, don't stop me. The fairy stepped on the ancient cauldron, and there were 9 intertwining immortal marks on her body. Although she was a lady, she gave off an extremely strong sense of oppression. Rumble. The tribulation cloud in the sky was pressing down. Purple lightning bloomed in the tribulation cloud, and it could strike down on the white-robed fairy at any time. This was the sage's heavenly tribulation. If it was someone else, they would have been extremely nervous and prepared their strongest celestial device to fight against the heavenly tribulation. How could they be as relaxed as the white-robed fairy? Haha, do you want to pull me through the heavenly tribulation together? As you wish. I want to see who can survive the heavenly tribulation between the two of us. The Eastern Emperor Xian was very confident. Then, he actually walked towards the white-robed fairy step by step, as though he did not care about the sage's heavenly tribulation at all. Sha Di shook the blood-dripping iron spear in his hand and was about to attack. Sha Di, I've said that you don't have to worry about my affairs. Upon seeing this, the white-robed fairy immediately stopped Sha Di. You! Sha Di hesitated for a moment. At this moment, the Eastern Emperor Xian and Yuan Gu had already entered the range of the sage's heavenly tribulation that the white-robed fairy had triggered. A tribulation attracting force immediately shrouded Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. Boom! At the moment when the tribulation attracting force shrouded Yuan Gu Emperor Xian, the power of the heavenly tribulation was finally triggered. A sea of purple lightning fell from the sky and instantly swallowed the two of them. Die, Demoness! Amidst the endless purple lightning, Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's roar could be heard. Even the sound of the heavenly thunder could not cover his voice. It was extremely powerful. The one who will die is you, old thief. The white-robed fairy's voice was also heard. Seeing this scene, even Sha Di was extremely shocked. The two of them were actually fighting while undergoing the heavenly tribulation. Such a thing was simply unheard of and unseen. There had never been such a crazy person who actually fought endlessly in the heavenly tribulation. Buzz. The ancient cauldron vibrated and 18 black shadows appeared around the white-robed fairy. Each of the shadows emitted an extremely terrifying aura. Cauldron of myriad poisons. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was very afraid of the 18 black shadows. It was a very famous fairy weapon in the heaven realm. This demoness was called the Myriad Poisons Fairy because of the cauldron of myriad poisons. The 18 black shadows were the poisonous bodies condensed by the power of the cauldron of myriad poisons. As long as these poisonous bodies pounced on the body, even someone as powerful as Yuan Gu Emperor Xian would die. At this moment, under the command of the Myriad Poisons Fairy, the 18 black shadows around her immediately pounced on Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. The poisonous power emitted from the 18 poisonous bodies turned into a black wind and swept towards Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. Wherever the black wind passed, even the purple lightning formed by the purple heaven tribulation was annihilated. You demoness! Yuan Gu Emperor Xian was shocked and angry at the same time. He had no choice but to retreat. Sky-piercing sword. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian stretched out his right hand, and a divine sword that emitted the aura of the divine path immediately appeared in his hand. Then, without thinking much, he directly slashed forward with the sword. Swoosh! The sword light suddenly appeared and rushed forward like a purple dragon. It forcefully split the sweeping black wind in half, and the black wind dissipated in the void. Flying celestial sword. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian then merged with the sword and turned into an immortal flying celestial sword light. It directly pierced towards Yen-Er. The powerful sword light tore the void and displayed its formidable power. He cultivated the sword principle and the flying celestial sword. This flying celestial sword was very famous in the heaven realm as it was the supreme sword principle passed down by an ancient sage. In the past, that ancient sage used the flying celestial sword in his hand to kill people and make a name for himself. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian obtained the inheritance of this ancient sage, and also the divine weapon of that ancient sage, the flying celestial sword. This made him like a tiger that had grown wings, and he could display the power of the flying celestial sword principle to the fullest. Cauldron suppresses heaven and earth. Yen-Er directly manipulated the ancient cauldron to suppress it. On the ancient cauldron, 9 celestial marks emerged and interweaved into a powerful divine path power, sealing the void. Yuan Gu Emperor Xian's flying celestial sword collided with the ancient cauldron. The two divine weapons flew away at the same time, and Yuan Gu Emperor Xian could not maintain the state of being one with the human world. Yen-Er was not weaker than Yuan Gu Emperor Xian. Both of them had divine weapons in their hands. It was not easy for the two of them to determine the winner in a short time. Yin-Er and Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian's sage, heavenly tribulations were launched at the same time. This was much more powerful than the tribulations of one person. Even Sha Di had to retreat far away. The powerful fluctuations alarmed many people. Even in the depths of the chaotic sea, many ancient sages came to check. When those ancient sages saw that both of them were undergoing heavenly tribulations at the same time and were fighting endlessly, everyone was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Little sister Yin-Er, do you need me to help you? Just as Yin-Er and Yuan-Gu Immortal Emperor were locked in battle, a voice suddenly came down from the sky. A divine palace was faintly discernible there. That is, a divine palace appeared silently in the sky, which surprised everyone, especially those ancient sages. Even they did not know when this divine palace had appeared. Yuan-Gu, how dare you attack my grandmaster's wife? Are you courting death? A fair and chubby little fatty walked out of the divine palace. This little fatty was not the person in the divine palace. The main character had not appeared yet. Little brat, what are you shouting for? At this time, Sha Di was unhappy. What grandmaster's wife? Since when did Fairy Yin-Er get married? However, Sha Di did not dare to be negligent because he had already figured out the origin of this divine palace. The owner of this divine palace was not someone to be trifled with. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian was in trouble. Sha Di, you are still pestering my grandmaster's wife. What is the meaning of this? The little fatty did not seem to care about Sha Di at all as he scolded him. Some ancient sages from the heaven realm could not help but be moved. Even if Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian could successfully undergo heavenly tribulations and become a sage, he would still die. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that the old turtle has arrived. Yuan-Gu Emperor Xian's voice came from under the heavenly tribulation. This? Chapter 2283. Who didn't know the Crown Prince's son? The old tortoise had been fighting in the heavenly realm all these years and made a name for himself. Even the Emperor Xian of the Four Directions had to avoid him. He was in the limelight for a while. And now, Yuan-Gu, the Eastern Emperor Xian, dared to call the old tortoise in front of the Crown Prince's son. Did he eat the guts of an ancient beast, or was he tired of living? One should know that the Crown Prince's son had the Crown Prince's seal, an extreme demon weapon. Once the Crown Prince's seal was used, who could fight against it? Even an ancient saint would have to retreat. Yuan-Gu, you thief, do you want to die? Little fatty shouted angrily. Humph, even if you rely on that person, you still dare to ignore my clan lord? A voice came from the divine palace. Then, a figure surrounded by divine flames walked out. It was a powerful creature with a dragon's head and a human's body. Some ancient saints from the heavenly realm recognized this powerful creature. It was one of the generals under the Crown Prince's son. Its true form was a fire Qilin. If Gu Fei was here, he would definitely recognize this general because this fire Qilin was Balan. The fire Qilin Balan was a divine beast that Gu Fei subdued. In the heavenly realm, Gu Fei and He Tian returned to the mortal world. Shaoqing, Balan, and little fatty Gu Xiaofeng couldn't return because they were with the old tortoise. This time, the chaotic world opened and the entrance to the chaotic world appeared in the 3 realms and 6 paths. Only then did the old tortoise and the others have the opportunity to enter the chaotic world and even return to the mortal world. All the experts of the 3 realms and 6 paths gathered in the chaotic world. One could imagine how many great completion quasi-saints had entered this part of the chaotic world. In the past 10 years, countless people had triggered the heavenly tribulation of sages. However, most of them ended up dead. Countless people had fallen here. Actually, the primal chaos world only opened once every 10,000 years. Every time it opened, it was a calamity for those great perfection quasi-sages. There were simply too few people who could become sages. This time, it happened to be a once-in-a-lifetime change. Such an opportunity didn't come by often, and none of the great perfection quasi-sages wanted to miss this opportunity to become sages. Who are you? How dare you speak to me like that? Eastern Emperor Xian said as he fought with Yin-Er. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook as boundless purple lightning bloomed. This was the most terrifying type of lightning in the world, the 9 heavens purple lightning. The East immortal emperor and Yin had triggered the sage heavenly tribulation together. The power of the 9 heavens purple lightning was many times stronger than when it was triggered by a single person. Faced with such a lightning tribulation, an ordinary great perfection quasi-sage would have long given up all hope. However, Yin and Eastern Emperor Xian were not ordinary great perfection quasi-sages. Buzz. The ancient cauldron shook and 18 black shadows appeared around Yin like phantoms. These were the 18 poison bodies. They were incomparably terrifying. Even a great perfection quasi-sage would die if they were hit by them. Clang. The ancient cauldron and Eastern Emperor Xian's flying immortal swords clashed continuously. Both saint weapons radiated divine light. Runes appeared on the ancient cauldron and interweaved into a supreme power of the great Tao, knocking away the flying immortal swords. The ancient cauldron in Yinner's hand was extraordinary. When saving someone, it would turn into the myriad medicine cosmos cauldron. It could refine supreme medicines that could revive the dead. However, when facing an enemy, it could turn into the myriad poison cosmos cauldron and condense the most powerful poison in the world. It could even poison sages. Eastern Emperor Xian was very wary of the myriad poison cosmos cauldron. Coupled with the 18 poison bodies, he had to keep dodging, not daring to let it get close to him. No one knew how powerful the poison of these poison bodies was, but Eastern Emperor Xian didn't want to experience it himself. Flying immortal beheading the moon. Eastern Emperor Xian had no choice but to use his ultimate move. He shouted, and the flying immortal sword emitted an unprecedentedly powerful sword light. The sword chi spread for hundreds of thousands of miles, blocking the power of the heavenly tribulation. Inside the sword light, there were 9 divine runes of the immortal Tao that attracted the power of the great Tao. Although these 9 divine runes were blurry and had yet to take form, they could already trigger the power of a saint. Universe Cauldron. Yin didn't back down and directly shook the ancient cauldron in her hand. Buzz. The ancient cauldron let out a deafening rumble. Then, 2 balls of heavenly light rose from the ancient cauldron. One of them was white like a sun and emitted an infinite amount of heavenly light that lit up the entire world. The other ball of heavenly light was as black as ink and emitted a dark light. This is. Eastern Emperor Xian was shocked to see Yinner's divine ability. It was indeed a universe cauldron. Inside the myriad poison cosmos cauldron, there were 2 energies of yin and yang. A mass of black and white light soared into the sky, turning into a yin-yang Tao diagram that blocked the radiant sword light that was chopping down towards it. The diagram of yin and yang was incomparably powerful. This was a divine form of the Tao. As the black and white light revolved, it was as if a world was evolving. Break for me, Eastern Emperor Xian roared. All of his immortal energy was concentrated on his sword. He wanted to end this battle with a single sword strike. He didn't want to waste time with this demoness. One must know that the old tortoise had already arrived. Nobody knew if this old tortoise would suddenly attack them or not. Eastern Emperor Xian had some misgivings. He wanted to end this battle as soon as possible. However, Yinner's cultivation was similar to his. It was impossible for her to end this battle quickly. Old Yuan, let me deal with you. At this moment, the fire Qilan Balan was already walking towards the battlefield. He didn't fear the Saint Tribulation because he, too, had the qualifications to trigger it. Another ruthless character. Everyone was shocked at this scene. If the fire Qilan joined the battle, then it would be the same as 3 people facing the tribulation together. 3 people facing the tribulation together. This was a crazy thing. Even the ancient saints who had lived for countless years had never seen or heard of such a thing. Balan, don't interfere. Yinner spoke at this time. The fire Qilan Baron couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this, and then he stopped. High up in the sky, there was a middle-aged man sitting on a throne in the main hall of the divine palace. A powerful true dragon aura spread out from his body, like an ancient ancestral dragon, giving off a feeling of absolute power and terror. This person was the old tortoise. He was very calm and didn't attack Eastern Emperor Xian. This was because in the void opposite him stood a blurry silhouette. He sensed danger from this silhouette. Chapter 2284. High up in the sky, on the opposite side of the divine palace, the old tortoise could still sense the mysterious man's existence even though there was a sage's heavenly tribulation between them. I didn't expect this guy to be here. No wonder Yuan Gu dared to ignore me. The old tortoise muttered to himself while sitting on the throne in the divine palace. The mysterious man was on the other side of the sage's heavenly tribulation and was thousands of miles away from the divine palace. However, a distance of thousands of miles was nothing to the old tortoise. The son of the Grand Emperor? The mysterious man's figure was blurry, like a soul without flesh and blood. He did not emit a powerful aura and just stood quietly in the void. However, he gave off a palpitating feeling, as if he was facing an unreachable ancient mountain. I must see who you are today. The old tortoise's figure suddenly disappeared from the divine palace. The moment the old tortoise disappeared, the blurry figure disappeared into the void as if it had merged with the surrounding world. Come out! Old tortoise roared furiously. Its figure appeared near where the mysterious man originally stood and blasted a punch into the void. Buzz! The void trembled, and pitch-black spatial cracks appeared. A circle of transparent void fluctuations spread out in an instant. The old tortoise's punch did not shatter the void, but it displayed unfathomable power. The mysterious man who had hidden in the void fell out of the void. It's just an incarnation. Old tortoise smiled, then reached out and grabbed the mysterious man in his hand. The mysterious man's incarnation was no match for the old tortoise at all. The difference between the two was too big. Perhaps the mysterious man's real body could only fight against the old tortoise. Boom! Just as the old tortoise was about to read the memories of the mysterious man's incarnation, the incarnation exploded. A powerful destructive force forced the old tortoise to take a few steps back. Roar! The old tortoise roared. The other party was decisive in killing, and had actually self-destructed his incarnation. Just as the mysterious man's incarnation exploded, a middle-aged man in a white robe, who was sitting by a stream in a valley in the depths of the chaotic world, suddenly opened his eyes. The mysterious man sensed the destruction of the incarnation. Who destroyed my incarnation? Could it be him? The middle-aged man in the white robe muttered to himself. Then, he closed his eyes again and sat cross-legged on the ground. He activated his mysterious technique and quickly entered into a deep state of cultivation. Just who is going against me? Old Tortoise was also muttering to himself. When this mysterious man was in the heaven realm, he had fought with him several times. However, every time Old Tortoise was about to use his trump card, this guy would slip away. This made Old Tortoise gnash his teeth in hatred. The voice contained the fluctuations of the great Tao, causing the hearts of the surrounding ancient saints to tremble and palpitate. Not just anyone could produce such a divine voice of the great Tao. This person's cultivation was extremely profound, and he was definitely a cultivator among saints. No one was willing to offend such a person, and the ancient saints from the heaven realm did not dare to provoke Old Tortoise. It should be known that this guy had the demon weapon Tai Huang seal refined by the supreme Tai Huang of the demon race. No one had anything better to do than to court death. Yin Er's foundation was very solid. She calmly passed the tribulation. The yin and yang qi nurtured in the cauldron of myriad poisons blocked most of the power of the tribulation for her. Without any suspense, 9 primordial Tao patterns condensed in Yin Er's body. They broke through the shackles of the heavenly Tao and attracted the power of the saint level. Yin Er had become a saint. This shocked everyone. It should be known that becoming a saint was too difficult. Countless people had gone through the tribulation, but only a few had succeeded. Those who did not had a miserable fate. This was the heavenly Tao. The heavenly Tao was emotionless. As long as one failed to pass the tribulation, there was only one result, and that was to be completely obliterated by the power of the heavenly Tao. They could not even become ghosts. After Yin Er became a saint, she was taken into the divine palace by Old Tortoise. After a while, Yin Er left to find Gu Fei. Chapter 2285. The primal chaos world was a huge world. No one knew how vast this world was. Even a powerful sage would not know where the end of this world was. Rumble. Endless purple tribulation lightning wreaked havoc as a mass of lightning enveloped 1,000 miles in radius. It wrapped around a figure and quickly swept across the sky, instantly disappearing into the dusky world. Just as the mass of lightning disappeared, a figure appeared in the sky. It was a powerful creature with a dragon's head and a human's body. Flames flickered around this creature's body. Yuan Gu's ghost runs really fast. The fire Qilan Balan cursed. Then, his figure also disappeared in the sky, chasing after the purple lightning. Just as the fire Qilan Balan chased after the figure, an old man also passed by in the sky and followed Balan. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian was in a sorry state. He had already sensed that there was a powerhouse chasing after him, so he did not dare stop. Moreover, what made the ancient Emperor Xian feel threatened was the sage heavenly tribulation that he had triggered. He knew that he could not stop to transcend the tribulation. Otherwise, the person behind him would catch up. Humph! The ancient Emperor Xian sneered as he directly headed towards a special region in the primal chaos world. This was where the mysterious person he had sought refuge with was. He knew very well how powerful the mysterious man was because when he met him, he was pressed down by the other party with just one palm. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would be as easy as pinching an ant to death. The people chasing after him were definitely not a match for that person. The ancient Emperor Xian wanted to borrow a knife to kill him. At this time, the primal chaos world suddenly shook. The chaotic channels that appeared in the ancestral land of life began to become unstable. Is the primal chaos world going to close? Someone exclaimed. This was not a good thing for everyone. Once the primal chaos world closed, it would only reappear after another 10,000 years. The changes in the primal chaos world made everyone unable to sit still. It should be known that it was impossible to become a saint in the outside world. The opportunity to become a saint would only appear in the primal chaos world. However, if the cultivators who entered the primal chaos world did not leave in time, they would be trapped inside. However, this seemed to be a false alarm. The chaotic world shook for a while before returning to normal, and the chaotic passageway stabilized. However, everyone knew that this was a sign that the primal chaos world was about to close. Some people began to prepare to leave, especially those ancient sages. There was nothing in the primal chaos world other than boundless primal energy. While it was possible to become a sage here, it was not the stage for ancient sages. The 3 realms and 6 paths were the true stage for saint-level experts. Rumble. The heavens and earth shook. Endless purple lightning struck down from the sky towards a figure on the ground. The destructive aura caused people's hearts to palpitate. This was the might of the heavens and earth. Yuan Gu was undergoing a tribulation. This was a crimson region. In this region, everything that could be seen was crimson. Even the primal chaos chi was dyed crimson. How could there be such a place in the chaos world? Outside the crimson region, the fire Qilan Balan stood in the void and stared at the figure that was undergoing a tribulation 1,000 miles away. His eyes flickered with flames. Balan was a divine beast fire Qilan, so he was naturally sensitive to dangerous auras. He instinctively sensed the danger, so he stopped outside the crimson region. At this moment, an old man appeared outside the crimson region in another direction. This is... The old man seemed to have noticed something and was extremely shocked. Yuan Gu had chosen to undergo his tribulation here. He knew very well that if the 2 outside dared to enter this region, his mysterious master would definitely take action. Trash, I can't believe you were chased back by these 2 little fellows. How shameful. Suddenly, a divine consciousness was transmitted from the crimson region and a voice rang out in everyone's hearts. Ha! Just as Yuan Gu was about to speak, a loud laugh came from the horizon. Then, a divine palace appeared in the sky and quickly approached the crimson region. The old tortoise had arrived. He had immediately rushed over after receiving the news. This surprised the fire Qilan Balan that the old tortoise had actually come personally. You old tortoise, what's so funny about it? The mysterious man in the crimson region continued to transmit his voice. I'd like to see who dares to oppose me. The old tortoise's voice was transmitted from the divine palace. Then, a figure rushed out of the divine palace and directly entered the crimson region in front of them. Boom! A crimson mountain exploded. The old tortoise had attacked mercilessly. A terrifying saint-level power erupted, causing the entire crimson region to shake. He wanted to force out the mysterious man who had been opposing him in every way. "Do you want to fight?" A blurry figure appeared high up in the sky, and a peerless and terrifying aura spread out from this figure. Nonsense. The old tortoise did not want to waste any more time talking to this person. He immediately attacked that person. Buzz. The person stretched out his hand, and the void shook. 9 mysterious Tao patterns rushed out of his hand and turned into 9 divine arrows, piercing towards the old tortoise. "Let's see how you escape this time," the old tortoise shouted. This mysterious man had fought with the old tortoise several times before. However, the old tortoise had escaped every time. This guy would definitely escape when the situation was not right. Bang! A huge seal rushed out of the old tortoise's hand and smashed forward. The 9 divine arrows that were shooting towards the old tortoise were all shattered by the seal. There was an aura of the extreme path lingering on the seal. Tai Huang seal. The mysterious man was surprised to see the old tortoise use the Tai Huang seal right away. This seal was a demonic weapon of the extreme path. The old tortoise did not use the Tai Huang seal to kill his opponent directly. The seal soared into the sky and froze in the sky. A powerful force came down and sealed the void. Die. The old tortoise suppressed the void with the Tai Huang seal and then attacked the mysterious man. Swoosh. The mysterious man used his body technique and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, he appeared thousands of feet away. His speed was so fast that even the old tortoise was shocked. Seal. The old tortoise formed a seal with both hands. 9 primitive Tao patterns rushed out and interweaved into a Tao diagram. It went to seal the mysterious man. Break. The mysterious man roared, and an extremely powerful force erupted from his body, colliding with the Tao diagram that was being sealed. Rumble. Like thunder, 2 terrifying forces above the Saint Plane collided and canceled each other out. A wave of destruction swept out. The sky changed color between the 2 experts, and the sun and moon dimmed. Hideous cracks appeared on the ground, and it continued to sink. This mysterious man was able to fight with the old tortoise. His cultivation was so powerful that it shocked everyone to the extreme. Moreover, this mysterious man did not show his true face from the beginning. There was an aura of the great path lingering on his body. No one could see his appearance clearly. Just as the old tortoise and the mysterious man were fighting, the fire Qilan Balan and the old man also stepped into the red area. They then moved towards the ancient Emperor Xian. Under the heavenly tribulation, the ancient Emperor Xian could not help but be shocked. There were actually 2 experts targeting him. The fire Qilan was not a threat. However, the old man made the ancient Emperor Xian feel threatened. "That guy is useless to me." The old tortoise transmitted a message to the old man. The old man did not say anything. He directly stretched out his right palm and pressed forward. In his palm, 9 primitive Tao patterns interweaved and attracted the power of the great path. This was a saint plane technique. The old man was actually a demon saint. Endless tribulation lightning was constantly destroyed in front of the old man's palm. The old man's palm directly hit the depths of the heavenly tribulation. He wanted to kill the ancient Emperor Xian in one fell swoop. However, the ancient Emperor Xian would not die so easily. When the old man's palm hit him, he had already retreated. "Old man, it won't be that easy to kill me." The ancient Emperor Xian coughed up blood. Although the old man's palm did not really hit the ancient Emperor Xian, the wind from the palm had already caused a great impact on the ancient Emperor Xian. Buzz. The ancient Emperor Xian held the flying immortal sword in his hand and slashed at the old man. The power of the heavenly tribulation was driven by this sword and frantically gathered towards the flying immortal sword. Boom! The old man seemed to have casually thrown a punch, but a powerful force erupted from his fist, shattering the flying immortal sword light that was slashing towards him. The ancient Emperor Xian was no match for the old man. After all, the old man was a demon saint of the demon race. There were not many demon saints in the demon race. It was unimaginable that the old man had survived until now. This old man had once followed the Tai Huang and was one of the Tai Huang's old subordinates. He only listened to the old tortoise. Chaotic reversal. The ancient Emperor Xian did not care too much. He directly used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the chaotic reversal secret technique. Most of the old man's fist force was dispersed. Even so, the ancient Emperor Xian was blasted away again. At this time, the fire Qilan Balan could only watch as the ancient Emperor Xian was beaten so badly that he could not stand up. However, he did not dare to enter the range of the sage Heavenly Tribulation. He was not ready yet. The sage Heavenly Tribulation was not an ordinary Heavenly Tribulation. There were too many people who failed. The soil of the chaos world was dyed red. Only an extremely small number of people could break through the shackles of cultivation and transcend the sage Heavenly Tribulation, soaring into the sky. Your subordinate is about to die. Why aren't you helping him? The old tortoise said as he attacked the mysterious man. Oomph! The mysterious man snorted coldly. 9 primitive Tao patterns intertwined. The power of the great Tao was vast and mighty. It turned into a destructive storm that swept towards the old tortoise. Chapter 2286. Old Tortoise finally blocked the mysterious Black Hand in a very strange place in the chaotic world and fought with it. However, what surprised Old Tortoise was that the mysterious Black Hand was extremely powerful and was able to fight with him endlessly. This was a powerful sage. The mysterious man was shrouded in a layer of mysterious Taoist rhymes. Even Old Tortoise could not see through this person's true appearance. Who are you? Old Tortoise broke through the layers of astral winds and directly arrived in front of the mysterious man. He then punched the mysterious man's chest, and the powerful fist force crushed the void. The mysterious man did not speak. His body suddenly became blurry as if he was about to disappear into the void. Old Tortoise's punch directly passed through the mysterious man's body. At this moment, Old Tortoise felt danger. The hair on his body stood up and almost exploded. He was like a cat whose tail was suddenly stepped on. Swoosh! Without hesitation, Old Tortoise rushed forward. Just as Old Tortoise rushed forward, a big black hand silently slapped out of the void and instantly pierced through the place where Old Tortoise was originally standing. You're a demon. Old Tortoise was extremely shocked. He sensed a trace of demonic aura from the black hand that slapped out of the void. Only demons would have demonic aura. The mysterious man still did not make a sound. He walked out of the void. The figure that Old Tortoise punched through was just an afterimage of him. Kill. Old Tortoise finally got serious when he sensed the demonic aura on the mysterious man. He roared and stretched out his hand to grab the mysterious man. Rumble. A purple dragon claw rushed out of his hand and burst out a powerful wave of demonic power. The entire world trembled under the impact of this demonic power. This was the power that originated from the bloodline of the supreme emperor of the demon clan. The purple dragon claw displayed terrifying power and directly tore the void between heaven and earth. The black aura on the mysterious man's body was vast and mighty. The black aura with demonic aura instantly condensed into a black hand and met the purple dragon claw. Bam! The two forces collided in an instant. The black hand collapsed and the black Tao patterns dissipated in the void. The purple dragon claw directly smashed the black hand and then grabbed at the mysterious man. Buzz! The air trembled and the mysterious man was grabbed by the purple dragon claw. The sound of bones breaking rang out. Roar! The mysterious man roared furiously, and a strand of supreme, saint-rank energy erupted from his body. 9 black Tao patterns rushed out from his body and forcefully pushed the violet dragon claw away before he charged out. Kacha! The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard from the mysterious man's body. His broken bones were being reconnected, and in an instant, he had completely recovered. Humph! Old Tortoise was extremely domineering. At this time, his expression was solemn. He directly displayed his strongest combat strength and pressed forward step by step toward the mysterious man. The Patriarch's cultivation base has risen again. Outside the battlefield, The fire Qilan Balan couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Old Tortoise's cultivation speed was really too fast. He was improving almost every day, especially after he became a saint. When he became a saint, no one was alerted. Although the heavenly tribulation of a saint was very noisy and ordinary people couldn't hide the extremely strong fluctuation of heaven and earth, this was only to ordinary people. Old Tortoise was not an ordinary person. He had the Tai Huang seal of his father, the supreme Tai Huang of the demon clan. With the Tai Huang seal, no one would be able to sense it even if the old tortoise made a bigger noise. This kind of cultivation base is far from his peak. An old voice suddenly came from the side, causing Baron to be startled. He quickly turned around and saw that the ancient demon of the demon race was already standing beside him without him noticing. This ancient demon used to follow the Tai Huang, and his background was so powerful that it could scare people to death. It should be known that the era of the Tai Huang was extremely long ago. It was hard to imagine that the experts of the demon clan from that era could still be alive today. As an ancient demon who used to follow the Tai Huang, the old man naturally knew the cultivation base and strength of Old Tortoise. Back then, the 9 sons of the Tai Huang were powerful existences that shook the entire untainted land. Old Tortoise was the eldest of the 9 sons of the Tai Huang. One could imagine how powerful he was at his peak. Since the eldest of the 9 sons of the Tai Huang was furious, the mysterious man immediately couldn't withstand it. He was constantly pushed back, and his body was covered with blood. His body had suffered a great impact. I've sealed the area with the Tai Huang seal. Let's see how you escape this time. Old Tortoise said with a murderous look. This guy had already attacked him several times before, causing him to be covered in dust and dirt. He even lost a few generals of the demon clan. The mysterious man didn't say anything, but the demonic aura on his body became more and more powerful. It was as if there was a supreme true demon hiding in his body. In the end, the mysterious man's body was directly shattered by Old Tortoise's great technique, and his primordial spirit was forced out. Rumble. The Tai Huang seal hanging high in the sky trembled. Under a mighty force, it obliterated the mysterious man's primordial spirit. This was the power of the Tai Huang seal. The mysterious man's primordial spirit directly dissipated in the void. How is this possible? At the moment when the mysterious man's primordial spirit was obliterated, Old Tortoise suddenly felt something. His face became a little ugly. This mysterious man was strange, and it didn't seem to be his real body. Such a method was too incredible. Such a powerful existence was actually not his real body. If this was really the case, then the mysterious man's real body was unimaginably powerful. Old Tortoise couldn't be happy. He vaguely felt that something was wrong. At this time, the battle between the Eastern Emperor Xian and the ancient demon had already ended. The Eastern Emperor Xian had been captured by the old man. Although Old Tortoise said that this person was useless to him, the old man still left him for Old Tortoise to deal with. The ancient demon sage was extremely powerful. Even the Eastern Emperor Xian's sage heavenly tribulation was dispersed. The Eastern Emperor Xian survived, but his cultivation had been sealed by the ancient demon using a secret technique. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian was like a mortal without cultivation and combat power. Don't kill me. At this time, the Eastern Emperor Xian no longer had the bearing that an Emperor Xian should have. His voice was trembling, and he was even more frightened when he saw Old Tortoise walking towards him with a murderous aura. Old Tortoise ignored the Eastern Emperor Xian. He came in front of the Eastern Emperor Xian and pressed his hand on the Eastern Emperor Xian's head to read his memories. 9 Secrets of the Immortal Path. Chapter 2287. The 9 secrets of the Immortal Path were the secret techniques of the Immortal Path created by the Supreme Tao Ancestor. These secret techniques were renowned throughout the untainted land during ancient times and were known as undefeatable secret techniques. The most maddening thing was that there were no prerequisites for cultivating these secret techniques, and it was not restricted to only cultivators of the Immortal Path. In other words, other living beings could also cultivate the secret techniques of the Immortal Path. After reading the memories of the Eastern Emperor Xian, the Old Tortoise obtained these 2 secret techniques, Chaos Reversal and Void Reversal. These two secret techniques were practically prepared for battle. While the old tortoise was destroying the mysterious man, a middle-aged man in a white robe suddenly opened his eyes in a valley in another region of the chaotic world. He actually destroyed my demon body. Is that old tortoise really that powerful? The middle-aged man muttered to himself. The old tortoise's guess was correct. The mysterious man who fought with him was not his real body, but a demon body, the corpse of a saint-level demon. The real mastermind behind the scenes was someone else. The old tortoise and the others then returned to the heavenly palace in the sky. The startled ancient sages gradually dispersed after seeing the end of the battle. Soon, peace was restored in this part of the world. While the old tortoise and the others returned to the heavenly palace in the sky, Gu Fei and the others were looking for a place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. Gu Zhong, the iron-blood Taoist, Shao Qing, and the others had all reached the greater perfection of the saint level and were qualified to attempt the breakthrough. To ensure that nothing would go wrong, Gu Fei had to carefully search for a suitable place to undergo the heavenly tribulation. That is, as Gu Fei walked into the depths of the chaotic world, a powerful wave of spiritual qi came from the front. This surprised and delighted Gu Fei. There must be a treasured place where spiritual qi gathered in front of him. This was the place that Gu Fei was looking for. Gu Fei walked in the direction of the spiritual qi. Soon, his eyes lit up. There was not a trace of chaotic qi in the void in front of him. He discovered that the area in front of him was brimming with vitality. At the center of this area, there was a spring. This spring was actually spewing out heaven and earth spiritual qi. It's a good place. Just as Gu Fei walked into the lively world, a furious roar rang out. Then, a ferocious beast came out from behind a short mountain. It was a white divine tiger, like an ancient divine beast. An extremely powerful killing intent spread out from the divine tiger's body. A ferocious beast with the white tiger divine beast's bloodline running through its veins. Gu Fei muttered to himself. He could sense that there was a powerful force within this fierce tiger's body. This was a type of power that originated from its bloodline. Roar. The fierce tiger stared at Gu Fei and growled in a low voice, as if it would pounce on Gu Fei at any time. Are all remnant species of primal chaos this powerful? Gu Fei had to get serious. How could such a spiritual land not have an owner? This fierce tiger was entrenched here, guarding this spiritual land, and was not driven away by anyone. This was enough to show how powerful this fierce tiger was. Powerful remnant species of primal chaos were not weaker than saints. Some of them were even stronger than saints in terms of cultivation and combat ability. This fierce tiger with the white tiger divine beast's bloodline was not simple. It was very powerful and could compete with the saints of the human clan. Even if an ancient saint came, he might not be able to suppress this fierce tiger. Get lost. Gu Fei shouted at the fierce tiger. His voice contained a trace of power of the great path. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Even the fierce tiger stopped. Roar. The fierce tiger roared angrily. Its four limbs pushed off the ground and turned into a white divine light, pouncing towards Gu Fei fiercely. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Don't blame me then. Gu Fei originally wanted to let this fierce tiger go, but now he had no other choice. He directly punched out, causing the void to tremble as it landed on the fierce tiger's forehead. The fierce tiger roared and flew backwards, falling to the ground. For a moment, it couldn't get up. What a tough bone. Gu Fei couldn't help but be shocked. Even if there was a mountain in front of him, it would still be smashed by his fist, let alone a mere skull. It could only be said that this fierce tiger was a little different. Its bones were nourished by spiritual energy day and night, transforming even more. The fierce tiger didn't feel good after taking a punch from Gu Fei. The powerful fist energy almost exploded its head, causing it to feel dizzy, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of its mouth. Human, you've crossed the line. At this moment, a voice rang out in Gu Fei's mind. This was a divine communication. The fierce tiger was transmitting its voice to Gu Fei. Cross the line, my ass. If you obediently retreat, you can live. Otherwise, death will be your final destination. Gu Fei said as he looked at the ferocious tiger in front of him. The fierce tiger was both shocked and angry. It knew that it was no match for this human. However, if it risked its life, it still had a chance to perish together with this human. However, no one wanted to die. The fierce tiger was the same. You what you? If you don't scram now, then you don't need to scram anymore. The chaotic chi around Gu Fei's body was vast and mighty. A powerful wave of saint energy exploded from his body, causing the void around him to tremble. The fierce tiger sensed the change in Gu Fei's body and couldn't help but be shocked. This human actually had the strength to kill it. This made the fierce tiger extremely nervous. The chaotic species pondered for a moment, then turned around and left. It had no choice but to leave the place it had protected for hundreds of years. Seeing that Xionghu had retreated on his own, Gu Fei withdrew the powerful aura from his body. Then, he released the 4 people he had kept in his inner world. This is, Gu Zhong and the rest were incomparably shocked when they saw this scene. What they saw was actually a place full of vitality. In the entire primordial chaos world, there were definitely not many places like this. Master, we'll undergo our tribulation here. Gu Zhong asked. Yeah, let's hurry up and cultivate. Gu Fei nodded. In the center of this place, there was actually a heavenly spring of life. This was something nurtured by heaven and earth, spewing out the purest life essence. With this boundless life essence, there would be no danger of exhaustion during the tribulation. Gu Fei and the rest stayed in this place while Gu Zhong and the rest cultivated. They needed to familiarize themselves with this place before undergoing their tribulation. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days passed. The fierce tiger that was chased away by Gu Fei would occasionally roam around this place. It wanted to take back its territory, but it didn't dare to. Later on, the ferocious tiger actually invited an old flood dragon to attack this region together. Chapter 2288. The divine spring of life spewed out life essence day and night, nourishing the spiritual land within 100 miles. It was impossible for this place to be ownerless. There was a fierce tiger here, but it was forced away by Gu Fei. In the end, it even invited an old dragon to take back this spiritual land from Gu Fei. This time, Gu Fei was no longer lenient. He directly used the life-slaying technique to kill the 2 chaotic species, then used the mountain and river cauldron to cook a cauldron of dragon tiger soup and shared it with everyone. The tiger was a chaotic species with the bloodline of the ancient divine beast, the white tiger. The dragon was the old dragon that had the bloodline of the true dragon in its veins. Although the old dragon did not transform into a true dragon after reaching the saint level, it was no different from a true dragon, especially since it had the bloodline of a true dragon. This was a true cauldron of dragon tiger soup. When it was being brewed, spiritual light soared into the sky. Waves of divine sounds of the great Tao came from the mountain and river cauldron. This was definitely a peerless divine medicine. Even a saint would be envious of it. Gu Fei's disciples were in luck again. Not only Gu Fei's 3 disciples, but Zhongli Ming, the Iron Blood Taoist, and the rest of the 12 great bandits were also able to have a share. Even this group of people could not finish a cauldron of dragon tiger soup. In the end, Gu Fei released the soldiers of the Ming family to let them have a taste of the dragon tiger soup. The spiritual energy contained in the dragon tiger soup was obviously beneficial to cultivators. Shaoqing directly sensed the arrival of the saint's heavenly tribulation. At this time, he could no longer suppress his level. Rumble. The faint sound of thunder came from the sky. This shocked everyone. The saint's heavenly tribulation was about to come. Shaoqing rushed into the depths of this spiritual land. Is the tribulation coming? Gu Fei was a bit speechless. This dragon tiger soup was really miraculous. The divine splendor in the bodies of the fierce tiger and the old dragon were refined, especially the white tiger bloodline in the fierce tiger and the true dragon bloodline in the old dragon. These 2 bloodlines were the true bloodlines of ancient divine beasts. They contained great Tao fragments that could allow one to comprehend the Tao. Not long after Shaoqing attracted the saint's heavenly tribulation, the Iron Blood Taoist also rushed to the other side of the spiritual land. He had a premonition that his heavenly tribulation could descend at any time. Only Qi Long and Gu Zhong had yet to sense when their heavenly tribulations would descend. Boom! Not long after, a brilliant bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. It pierced through the heavens and the earth, striking deep into the spiritual land. A destructive aura filled the air. Everyone retreated as far as they could. One should know that this was the tribulation of a sage. It was extremely terrifying. If anyone below the level of a sage were to be affected by the power of this tribulation, there would only be one outcome. Their body and soul would be destroyed. Roar. Just as Shaoqing triggered the saint's heavenly tribulation, a demonic figure appeared outside the spirit land. It then pulled the demonic bow in its hand and shot an arrow at Shaoqing. "You're courting death." Gu Fei's eyebrows immediately rose when he saw this. He took a step forward and displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps. He then punched the demonic arrow that was shot at Shaoqing. The demonic arrow shattered under Gu Fei's fist. After shooting the arrow, the demonic figure immediately retreated. However, Gu Fei would not let the demonic figure retreat so easily. He displayed his extreme speed of 8 steps and caught up with the demonic figure in just a few steps. Without hesitation, Gu Fei performed his killer move. The black and white yin-yang swords rushed out of his hands and turned into killing swords that strangled the demonic figure. The demonic figure continuously pulled the demonic bow in its hand and shot demonic arrows with black demonic light, colliding with the yin-yang sword of life and death. However, what shocked the demonic figure was that the demonic arrows he shot could not withstand the 2 yin-yang sword of life and death from his opponent. Swoosh! The black and white divine light instantly intersected and slashed at the demonic figure, cleaving it in 2. However, what surprised Gu Fei was that after the demonic figure was cleaved in 2 by his yin-yang sword of life and death, it instantly rejoined itself, as if it had never been struck by the yin-yang sword of life and death. Some of the ancient sages could not help but be shocked at this sight. Demons also dare to appear. A vertical purple mark appeared on Gu Fei's forehead. This demonic figure did not seem to have a body of flesh and blood. It seemed to be the shadow of a soul. It was very special. Buzz. The air trembled as a beam of purple divine light shot out from Gu Fei's forehead, turning into a sword of the way that slashed towards the demonic shadow. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the primordial divinity sword of the way. This secret technique was the bane of all souls and primordial spirits. It possessed unfathomable power. At this moment, the demonic figure was shocked. It recognized this secret technique. Swoosh! Without hesitation, the demonic figure tore open the void and tried to escape. However, the primordial soul Tao sword was extremely fast. Although the specter had already escaped into the primordial chaos, it was still slashed by Gu Fei's primordial soul Tao sword and dissipated in the primordial chaos. The demonic bow was lost in the primordial chaos. Gu Fei was very powerful, and the battle prowess he displayed shocked everyone. After all, the demonic figure just now was extremely powerful. It was definitely a demon at the sage level. This Gu Fei is getting more and more terrifying. The ancient sages from the soaring dragon ancestral planet muttered. The ancient sages close to the Dongfang family were especially worried. The stronger Gu Fei grew, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Dongfang family. This was a huge problem. Those who had conflicts with Gu Fei on the soaring dragon ancestral planet felt great pressure and danger. Some had already left the primordial chaos world, afraid of meeting Gu Fei. However, many ancient sages were not paying attention to Gu Fei. Demons kept appearing, which made the ancient sages nervous. The primordial chaos world would no longer be peaceful. But all of this had nothing to do with Gu Fei. He stood guard in the spiritual land and stood guard for Shaoqing. This little guy is finally going through his tribulation. Less than 5 miles away from the spiritual land, there stood an old man on a stone mountain. This old man was an unparalleled existence of the demon race that even the old turtle dared not slight. This old man's status was 1 generation higher than the old turtles. In the past, this old man had discussed the Tao with the Grand Emperor and called him brother. Shaoqing's tribulation made Gu Fei a little nervous. He had many enemies. If they jumped out at this time and attacked Shaoqing, the consequences would be dire. One had to know that those who were going through their tribulations hated being disturbed the most. If they were disturbed, they would become crippled at best, and if they were worse, they would die. If anyone dares to attack, I, Gu Fei, will exterminate their entire family.